Pop Talk is where it's at, baby. Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Good news, everyone. It's time for Pop Talk. Good news.
Warning: due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, the Sunday edition, along with Baron Orman Tag. I am your host, Mike. Today, we have several news articles to go over as far as pop culture, entertainment are concerned. But first, Baron, how are you doing this afternoon?
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? I'm doing fine. Welcome to Pop Talk, where the opening is actually longer than the show. So please sit back and relax and enjoy. I'm having a grand old time here. Looking forward to today's show and what we have to bring you.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, what we have to bring you today is, of course, the news about the Cobra KAi announcement made on Friday. We will also be talking about Adam Sessler antagonizing fans was the business model, according to an article from That Park Place. We will also be talking about Alec Baldwin and Rust Armor Hannah Gutierrez Reed to face involuntary manslaughter charges after the killing of Helena Hutchins.
Mm-hmm.
And we will also be talking about Megan 2.0. When is that coming out?
Oh, does she have her sights on William now? I don't think he wants to get rid of his wife. He's got a pretty hot wife over there, you know. I don't think it's going to happen.
Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
We'll also be talking about something that I didn't even know that was going on, that there's a Joker manga that's about to end in its next chapter, according to Anime News Network.
Yeah, well, that was news to me, too. It's got to be better than Pregnant Joker, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And we also talk about some details in regards to the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers 30th anniversary special that's set to debut in April on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have an article that Cash did provide me. He sent it to me early this morning. It's from The Gamer. It says The Last of Us TV show can't repeat the sequel's fandom toxicity.
What does that mean?
You know, the usual, because fans don't like certain things,
Mm.
the way they're being presented. Fans voice their opinion about it, voice their outrage about it, and all of a sudden those same fans are called toxic because they have a different point of view that doesn't align with how the powers that be feel it should.
That's why we should rename this show Toxic Pop Talk. Yeah, what do you think? I think it rings.
Well, what are you saying? Well, we're too toxic here? I mean,
Well, yeah.
I guess I guess I could be. And
Well, wait until Cash gets here. Then it really will. I tell you what. And
uh,
we have yet to see our toxic troll show up.
that's true. We
Mhm.
haven't seen Mr. Phil McCracken show up in the chat yet, and I do want to just send out positive vibes and prayers to Gap After Dark. And he was going to be the guest this morning on Pop Talk, but he had a family emergency. So
Mm-hmm.
I just want to send out my thoughts and prayers.
Right. So our best to Gap and his family, and especially his mother.
Yeah. So, Baron, which of these articles would you like to lead off with?
Well, you like talking about Cobra Kai and all that. I don't know anything about it unless you want to save that for Cash, who I think he watches that too, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
Yeah, so I know nothing about that. So if we want, we can pass that one until Cash decides to wake up. Probably fell asleep on the keyboard again, so he's got a waffle face. So let's go to the world's greatest actor. He'll be the first one to tell you that, who did nothing wrong. Just things happened around him that he had no control over. Mr. Alec Up Yours Baldwin in being charged.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
This particular article comes from Bounded into Comics. Let me go ahead and paste the link to the article into the chat. All the links to all the articles that we will be talking about this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on where you're at, are in the description down below.
I have no idea where I'm at.
I'm here in a room, sitting on a chair in front of the computer. My right hand is on the mouse.
Well, at my right hand is mouse next to my mouse, but I'm in some sort of strange void, so I'll do the best I can. It's kind of neat floating around in here.
Sweet. You're going to have to tell me about this void a little more.
Well, yeah. First of all, you have to eat some brownies, special ones.
I love brownies.
Special ones that Lord Crit sent me.
Now, when you say special, do they have frosting on them? Do they have sprinkles on them?
Oh, frosting, sprinkles, and more.
Ooh, more.
No, you got to have frostings. I believe brownie should have frostings on it. Now, Long Suffering doesn't like frosting on hers, so I don't know. It's it's been the source of some counseling we've had.
I see. Counseling sessions. What do you mean you don't like frosting on your brownies?
Yeah, what?
I don't know if I could spit. I don't know if I can talk to you anymore. I need a moment.
What the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
You vile monster, you!
Yeah, you gotta have frostings. Sprinkles are optional, but you gotta have. And I don't like nuts in mine. I don't like nuts in my brownie. It's like I don't like them in the chocolate chip cookies.
If I'm somewhere and that's all they have, and I'm a guest, I'll bite the bullet and eat brownies that have nuts in them, but I don't prefer it that way.
I'll admit I'm not proud. I'm a brownie horse. So okay, yeah, we've been about 10 minutes in. Was that too soon for YouTube seeing horror? I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay,
I
good,
mean,
good.
under their new rules, I've heard it's the first 8 to 15 seconds. I've heard
Mm,
it's the first 8 to 15 minutes.
mm,
So well, we'll just play it by ear and
yeah,
not really worry about it. I mean,
I'm not worried about it.
so the article here from Bounding into Comics says Alec Baldwin and Russ Armour Hannah Gutierrez Reed to face involuntary manslaughter charges after the killing of Helena Hutchins. This was
Hmm.
posted on Wednesday, January 18th. It's by John F. Trent. It says the first judicial district attorney, Mary Carmack, at Wise announced her office will charge both Alec Baldwin and armor Hannah Gutierrez Reed with involuntary manslaughter after the killing of Helena Hutchins.
Hmm.
Goes on to say a press release published to the first judicial district attorney's Facebook page stated New Mexico first judicial district attorney Mary Carmack Atwise announced on Thursday that, in keeping with her commitment to pursue justice for all victims and to hold everyone accountable under the law, her office, before the end of the month, will file criminal charges in the Rust film set shooting. It continued. Rust actor and producer Alec Baldwin and armor Hannah Gutierrez Reed will be charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Helena Hutchins on the film Santa Fe County set in 2021.
Hmm.
It goes on to say the press release also revealed that Rust assistant director David Halls signed a plea agreement for the charge to Uh, negligent. I can't even speak this morning. What else is new on Pop Talk?
Well, it is early.
Yeah.
Hey, Captain Phantom Nerd, welcome.
Welcome, Captain Phantom Nerd. All right. And negligent use of a deadly weapon says the terms included suspended sentence and 6 months of probation. It also detailed that there won't be any charges filed specific to non-fatal the non-fatal shooting of Rust director Joel Souza. That's right. He also got injured
Hmm.
when the gun was discharged, and
Hmm.
says Carmack Atwise stated after a thorough review of the evidence and the laws of the state of New Mexico, I have determined that there is sufficient evidence to file criminal charges against Alec Baldwin and other members of the Rust film crew. She added, on my watch, no one is above the law and everyone deserves justice. And it goes on to say the press release went on to detail Baldwin and Gutierrez Reed will be charged in the alternative with the 2 counts of manslaughter, meaning that a jury would decide not simply if they were guilty, but under which definition of involuntary manslaughter they were guilty. And it continues to say, it goes on to explain the 2 charges involuntary manslaughter. The first charge can be referred to simply as involuntary manslaughter. For this charge to be proved, there must be underlying negligence. Under New Mexico law, involuntary manslaughter is a fourth-degree felony and is punishable by up to 18 months in jail and a $5,000 fine. Goes on to say this charge also includes the misdemeanor charge of negligent use of a firearm, which would likely merge as a matter of law. Also goes on to say the other charge is involuntary manslaughter in the commission of a lawful act. It explains this charge requires proof that there was more than simple negligence involved in a death. Excuse me. This is also a fourth degree felony punishable by up to 18 months in jail and up to $5,000 fine. It goes on to say the charge includes a firearm enhancement or added mandatory penalty because a firearm was involved. The firearm enhancement makes the crime punishable by a mandatory 5 years in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says Andrea Reeve, a special prosecutor appointed to the case by Carmack Atwise, stated, if any one of these three people, Alec Baldwin, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, or David Halls, had done their job, Helena Hutchins would be alive today. It's that simple. True. Alec Baldwin is the executive producer on this production.
Right.
He is responsible for everything that happens under his watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to say good morning to Crit. How you doing this morning?
Mm-hmm.
All
Do you
right.
check the private chat?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and
Okay.
send him.
Goat head? We can goat head? Okay, cool. I like
Go
goat
ahead.
head.
Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
Not go ahead. Goat head. Go
he
ahead.
said goat head. Meh. Meh. What?
Okay. It
This is
goes
what you
on.
get for having me on the show, you know.
I know.
Okay, we got a goat head going. Okay.
Give me a hard time, Paranorman Tag.
That's my job. That's my job.
All right. It goes on to say she added the evidence clearly shows a pattern of criminal disregard for safety on the Rust film set. In New Mexico, there is no room for film sets that don't take our state's commitment to gun safety and public safety seriously. And real quick, before he pops in, let me go ahead and play
The following
video.
announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
And please welcome Lord Crit to the
Lord
panel.
Crit is so sexy. Lord Crit is so
Yo.
sexy. Lord.
Yo, brother. Oh, yeah.
How you doing, dude?
How you doing? Talking about Alec Baldwin.
Yes, we are. I gave Bear the choice. Which article should we lead off with first?
Well, we're in this story, so there. Yeah.
Yep. The article continues to say official charges are expected to be filed by the end of the month. After the charges are filed, both Baldwin and Gutierrez Reed will be summoned to make a first appearance or take part in an arraignment hearing. Goes on to say the press release notes this first appearance can be done virtually and they can have it waived. Following the first appearance, there will be a preliminary hearing. During this hearing, the district, because they put A in, and it almost messed me up, the district attorney and special prosecutor will present their case, and the judge, taking on the role of the jury, will determine whether there is probable cause and if the case will move to a trial. It says, finally, the press release stated once the charges are filed, more detailed paperwork will be available online through the court that details the evidence the DA and the special prosecutor cite. And it goes on to say an announcement will be made to the public when the charges have formally been filed. It also goes on to say Baldwin previously told ABC News that he didn't pull the trigger, albeit he did indicate he cocked the gun.
Which he denied before.
Yeah. And in order for the weapon to be discharged, you have to pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm. Now, I have a 22 version of the pistoli he was supposed to have, a single action revolver. And you have a couple of when you cock it, there's two cock settings. You can have like what they call the half cock, which is where the phrase comes from, don't go half cocked. And that was so you're able to spin the cylinder to reload it. Open the side up, eject the spent cartridges, or in this case, casings, and then put the new cartridges in. Then you have a full cock, which is when you pull that trigger, it goes bang. And you can have different sensitivities to the trigger. You can have what they call the hair trigger, where you just barely touch it and she goes off, or one where you have to put a little bit more force on it. Obviously not like the Hulk, but it's not as sensitive to when you pull the trigger. Now, there are some that are part of the fast draw clubs and such like that. There is no trigger. They have it set up that you can bring it out. You can do the fan, and that fan is where you pull your hand back with on the hammer, have it all the way back, and it goes and bang, and you just keep doing that. And either someone will have the trigger constantly pulled for that, or some people have made that specifically. There is no trigger, just boom, 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 boom that way, which I'm sure this pistoli was not. So I don't know. Honestly, Alec Baldwin's lawyer must have been pulling his frickin' hair out every time he opened his damned mouth after all this.
I want the media are vultures, and there was that one time where him and his wife had to pull over and give that interview, and I don't really know how he could not address it without addressing it, and so I can understand but it doesn't change the facts. So
no, you don't address it. He was going out of his way to address it to people to try to say how innocent I am. He was voluntarily going on these shows and shooting his mouth off. And when it comes around to being ambushed by journalists, you just sit back and say, I can't say anything, talk to my attorney. Mm-hmm. And, and frig off if you keep on, if I need to, I'll dial 911 because you are harassing me. Because even a celebrity can do that, even if the press is harassing like that, where they're making it impossible to go anywheres. Well, then there's a problem. But you just say, hey, and people who have been in deeper poop than this have done that. Don't talk to me. You have to talk to my attorney. Mm-hmm. So the thing is he was more than happy to go out his way and talk about this. The body wasn't even cold, and he was on one of these talking head shows. Going about there that the gun just went off. It just went off. He was just holding it. It just went off. He didn't do anything to it. He didn't even cock it. Then to now he was saying that he did have it cocked. Well, that is so damning right there, saying, okay, you had it cocked. It's like it sometimes doesn't take much to when you to pull that trigger. It all depends on what the sensitivity of that is. Which I'm sure isn't a hair trigger. I'm sure it's not a hair trigger. And Alec Baldwin knows how to deal with firearms on the set. How many films has he been on where he's had to fire, shoot guns? He's gone on there with well, let's take a look. It is, yeah, thank you. I mean, you have The Shadow where you had 245s. You had, Mission Impossible, that Pixie film. I mean, and that's just some of the pictures they're showing. He knows what the etiquette and the proper usage of a firearm on a set is, especially more so as a director. And whoever that lady who is supposed to be their armorer, is what is she doing letting live rounds on the set? Her father is an armorer. She's supposed to have learned from him. I'm sorry, but if your armorer comes to you and she's got multicolored hair, be nervous, and she does.
I think that's more. I think that in itself is more of a red flag than Alec Baldwin getting charged. I feel like all the well, actually, some responsibility should fall on whoever set up the scene. They shouldn't have. It's cool to have like a close up of a guy taking out a gun and shooting it, but we've seen it on westerns. But if this is going to happen again, we might not see those action scenes anymore. It might be from the side or CGI'd.
Yeah, CGI'd, yeah. I mean,
and the thing about this Hannah Gutierrez is not only was she the armorer, she was also the prop master.
Mm-hmm.
So it's her responsibility to know what gun's a fake gun, what gun's a real gun, and if those real guns have blanks in them.
Right. And Alec Baldwin, as an actor, also has a responsibility to make sure that the pistol is, properly done, and even more so as a producer. Got to remember, he is doing a double role here. He is as someone who knows how films are, and going out there and being the actor and then the producer, calling the shots. Sorry, you're double damned there, man. You really are, and you killed a woman. I mean, I know it sounds harsh, but even if it's manslaughter, you killed a woman, and you injured the director. And
crew negligence. It just continues. Like I remember there was this movie they were filming with William Hurt, and all of those dumbasses decided to go walk on the train tracks on a bridge, and a woman, I think, got killed because they were trying to run off the train tracks. All the film crew.
Yeah.
So it was silly.
Well, yeah. I mean,
play stupid games, win stupid prizes. How many times have we heard that term?
Exactly. I mean, you had the tragedy. Of course, everyone was saying about Brandon Lee, how he was, what happened on that set. Then there was John Eric Hexum, who was in Voyager, that Voyager TV show. I believe it's the television show Lipstick or something like that. He was on. It was supposed to be like a spy show where they're involved with the beauty stuff, models and such like that. And he put a blank gun to his head, pulled the trigger, and basically offed himself that way because everyone knows a blank gun. You're not up close. You're not up close to the person when you pull that trigger because there's still a wad in there, and that can come out and that can cause a lot of damage at close range. And in his case, it did. And the negligence was him. He shouldn't have been playing around.
Exactly. There's one thing I was taught at a young age with my father being a police officer is you don't play with guns.
No.
I've told you this before, Baron. When he would come home, I couldn't even touch him until he had his belt off and his gun unloaded.
Divested of his weapons, yeah. And yeah, I mean, Shay there, he's right. They have those airsoft now. There is a lot of good imitation firearms, I should say, that are very realistic in how they're used. You pull the trigger and all that, and they're not made at all to fire anything out of them. And they're available. You can do that. They've been available for a long time. I mean, if they need to go that way, go that way. Obviously, Hollywood has gone to full-fledged putz mode. And these hunyucks obviously don't, care not to follow the rules. How surprising. You have a bunch of people who are told they don't have to follow the rules, not following the rules, and then getting somebody killed. Then blaming something else. That is Hollywood in a nutshell.
Not taking responsibility for their own actions.
So this is sad. This is sad.
this article goes on to say, while explaining what happened, Baldwin said, "So I take the gun and I start to cock the gun. I'm not going to pull the trigger." I said, "Do you see this?" She says, "Well, just cheat it down and tilt it down a little bit like that." And I cock the gun and I go, "Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that?" And she says, and I let go of the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off. I let go of the hammer of the gun and the gun goes off.
Mm-hmm.
Baldwin clarified that was the moment the gun went off. That was the moment the gun went off. Okay. It also
Mm-hmm.
goes on to say he then declared he never pulled the trigger. Well,
Mm.
the trigger wasn't pulled. I didn't pull the trigger. Baldwin then reiterated, "No, no, no, no. I never pointed a gun at anyone and pulled the trigger at them. Never." Goes on to say, "That was the training that I had. You don't point a gun at somebody and pull the trigger," he added. He then detailed the training he received. "On day one of my instruction in this business, people said to me, never take a gun and go click, 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 because even though eh, it's an yeah, I can't even speak this morning. Incremental, you're you damage the firing pin on the gun. Don't do that."
Yeah, he's partly right. There are some that you can't do that with, especially with the single action revolvers. That's why they do have like these because people need to test pulling the trigger when they're
Hmm.
doing repairs, and there's a special. It's not a bullet, but something that mimics a bullet that you put in there, so the hammer comes down and hits on it. But there are some firearms where you can do that. You go click, 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 and it does not affect the firing pin. But still, it's not a good thing to do, anyways.
Nope. Goes on to say, however, as the segment continued, his story slightly changes as he went on to claim he didn't cock the gun. He told Stephanopoulos that
Mm-hmm.
he pulled the hammer as far back as I could without cocking the actual. Stephanopoulos says, "And you are holding on to the hammer." To which Baldwin replies, "I'm holding," and goes on to say, "I'm just showing her." I go, "How about that? Does that work? You see that? Do you see that? Do you see that?" She goes, "Yeah, that's good." I let go of the hammer and bang, the gun goes off.
Okay. Okay. First of all, why the hell did he have the hammer pulled on something like that? You're trying to get an image of a scene. You don't need to do that. And second of all, unless he's holding down the trigger, or even in a rare chance that the trigger has a malfunction, it won't do that. Not in a single action revolver. Not any way, shape, and form. You can even drop a single action in many cases that's cocked and it won't go off.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance of it going off. Don't get me wrong. You don't want to do it. That's why when you see people throwing their weapons down, it's like he never tells someone to throw the weapon down. You tell them to place the weapon on the ground and back away
Mm-hmm.
because you don't want any chance of something going off. But in that case, this is a stupid. It's a stupid revolver. It doesn't have a brain. It's all operator. Whoever the operator is, that's the brain. Well, we know exactly where this operator, this brain, and he's all over the place. Oh, it was cocked. No, it wasn't cocked. Oh, I had it cocked, but when I let go of the hammer, it went off. It's like you
The
have.
Well, this is why they're going to stop using blanks and basically just use BB guns or toy guns like Robert Rodriguez did in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. I prefer that. I mean, if you can't do this right, then you need to CGI the gunfire. It's sad. It's not real, but it's
Well, the big thing is how many productions use firearms, and there's nothing that goes wrong. are, if there's something goes wrong, it's nothing major because they're following the rules, right?
They're
I
following
mean,
the
like I said,
protocols laid
right.
out.
I mean, I listed off 3 of them in the last 40 years, including this one. So, with Brandon Lee, this, and John Eric Hexum. Now, I'm not saying there hasn't been one in between, but how many films are produced from Hollywood and independence that are and all around the world, mind you? I mean, we're talking about countries that don't necessarily have the same stringent rules that we in place on our films here, and uh, accidents like this hardly happen. It's not the fact that you're using a real firearm with the blanks. That's not the problem. The big problem is the idiot that's holding it and the idiot who is supposed to be in charge of this. And in this case, you have 2 of them, and this is exactly what you do. You go after these people, and you hang them for it. With what's prescribed with the law. Honestly, I mean, even in Star Wars, they were using blanks. You can really see that evident a couple times in Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back when they're trying to get on board the Falcon, whether it's on the Death Star or whether they're on Cloud City. You can actually see the rounds coming out, the brass coming off of it, because they're firing real blanks on those sets, and then of course superimposing with laser blasts. That's how they're getting those nice little flares that come out of the pistol, the blasters and such. So I mean, all 3 Star Wars films, the original trilogy, I'm sure the same thing goes with the prequel trilogy. Nothing happened there.
No.
And look all the political blaster play.
And Phil, we know that. We're just reading what's here in the article.
Well, did you say Star Wars?
Yeah, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and even Return of the Jedi. The blasters that are used by the Empire, the ones that are not the fake prop, the basically the dummy props, those are based off the Sterling Mark 7 British submachine gun. Han Solo's pistol is a Mauser C96 that's modified. Of course, you do have, like I said, the dummies, but when you have the actual working one, that was a blank firing one. So when if you take a look, virtually every firearm that they had, a blaster they had, was based off of real Earth firearms, and they were armorers in England whose job was to supply Star Wars, and then they did the little modifications to make them look the way they are. They had a special 5 or 10 round clip to go in there, so it didn't look like it was extending out like a Sterling Mark 7 normally does, which is basically the child of the British Sten gun that was used during World War II, which was kind of a submachine gun, not quite a grease gun. So yeah, they were using actual legit firearms on that set to have at least some realism of the blaster fire. Of course, there was a lot on the set that were, like I said, the dummy props. They just look at and they're not so detailed, and they could be kicked around and such like that. But when you want to have something that's your close up or your beauty shots or whatever, they were using actual firearms that were supplied by a British armorer, at least for the first 3 films. And then I don't know how it went with the prequel trilogy, because the first film in England, the other 2 were in Australia.
I'm not sure, but to continue on with this article, it goes on to talk about the interview that Baldwin did a year ago. He would then later tell Stephanopoulos that he's not responsible for the killing of Hutchins. People said to me, I got countless people online saying, "You idiot, you never point a gun at someone well, unless you are told it's empty, and it's the director of photography who is instructing you on the angle of a shot we are going to do." Well, still, even so, him and as an actor, he should still check it to make sure it's not loaded.
Especially doing the double job as a producer.
And then it finishes up by saying, and she and I had this thing in common where we both thought it was empty, and it wasn't. And that's not her responsibility. That's not my responsibility. Whose responsibility remains to be seen, he declared. I'm glad I didn't watch this interview when it aired last year because I would have been pulling my hair out.
Then again, Alec Baldwin, I think he has some guilt. But then again, it's George Stephanopoulos, so I don't blame him.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, that guy's a vulture.
Well, again, he voluntarily went on the show knowing exactly what they were talking about.
Exactly.
George Stephanopoulos is sympathetic to Alec Baldwin because, they all hang around with the same crowd. He doesn't want to have Alec Baldwin looking bad. So this was all a setup little interview to try to get sympathy out there for Alec Baldwin in this whole thing. And if I was his lawyer, no, it didn't. He did because Alec Baldwin's a moron. He's a friggin' moron.
His lawyer should have told him from the get-go, you are not speaking to anybody.
Mm-hmm. So either his lawyer is inept or he didn't listen to his lawyer, and his lawyer now has a lot of dents on the desk because he was pounding his head on her. Going, why, you mother, why are you talking? Shut up.
And in that interview last year, he also claimed he felt no guilt telling Stephanopoulos, no, someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me. See, that to me says that he knows that he's responsible. He doesn't want to admit that he's responsible.
That almost sounds like a sociopath.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I have no guilt. Yes, you do. You are holding the weapon. You have guilt in there.
Yep. And it finishes up by asking, what do you make of Baldwin and Gutierrez Reed facing involuntary manslaughter charges for killing Helena Hutchins? It took too long. That's what I think.
Yeah, it took too long in that whole thing. I'm sure the armorer is also banging her head on the desk, and her lawyer going, why won't he shut up? It's making our case even harder. Mm-hmm. And yeah, this should have, it was hands down. Honestly, in a heartbeat. Just like you said, Pacific, if it was one of us, we'd be sitting in the jail right now because the trial would have been done and we would have proven guilty. Mm-hmm. And we would be putting the little chalk mark on there for every day that we've been in there, learning spirituals and stuff like that.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, that's exactly it.
Yep, and we'll have to wait and see it at the end of the month if this is indeed going to trial. What if it doesn't go to trial? I mean, that's something I want to ask you guys. What if it doesn't go to trial?
He could try to. Alec Baldwin, I think, will try to do a plea bargain. The other lady, she doesn't really have much of a leg because she's a nobody, so she doesn't have anything to really get her going. And do you think Alec Baldwin is really trying to help her? No, not at all. I mean, notice he hardly ever says anything about her. In fact, he's trying to put the blame on her in many cases. So he's probably going to try. Now, this is one thing that New Mexico doesn't want. They have filmed many movies. I've been to that movie set, to be honest with you. About 35 years ago or so, my grandmother took me out there, and they filmed many films with John Wayne on up. In fact, at the time, they were filming a movie. I think it was one of the Gambler movies, to be exact, with Kenny Rogers. And this is kind of important. Robert Redford was trying to turn New Mexico into a little bit of the place to go to if we need to make films and such. He did that with the Managua Beanfield War, hiring locals to be on there and the like. So this is something that New Mexico doesn't want. Yeah. So they might go 100%. We're going to trial. We're going to show we're not going to mess around with this because we want to make sure if you come here, you're going to be safe. And if you're not going to be safe and follow things, we're going to go through there. Now, mind you, Santa Fe is pretty damn corrupt. As my grandfather's, because my grandparents lived down there, my grandfather called it the land of mañana, because, if you need something done, mañana. So there is a corruption, but, even with corruption, Las Vegas was built on corruption.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing they wanted to do was make sure that people felt safe. That's why you had so many different mobsters in there, and you really didn't have a war going on with them, because they knew that no one would come if they didn't feel safe. That's why many people sit back and say Las Vegas would be a lot better if the mob was still running it. So even corruption has a line. So Alec could face him if he doesn't plea bargain. He'll be in front of a judge, and so will she. Definitely, she will be.
Oh yeah. Of the two, it's the armor who will definitely face the judge and the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're setting her up to be the fall guy in this, or in this case, the fall gal. And I mean, I'm not doing that out of sympathy. She has a lot of blame, but this asshole needs to go down too.
Yep.
This asshole should not be making any more movies. He should be blacklisted. Yeah, I said it. Blacklisted because of this. People have been blacklisted in Hollywood for less. Mel Gibson, all he did was go on a drunken rant because he fell off the wagon, and look what they did to him. He didn't hurt anybody. This man killed someone.
Yep.
Mel Gibson's making a comeback, though.
Oh, yeah, he's making a comeback, yeah.
Yeah, and he wants to make another Lethal Weapon movie, too.
Yeah, in a sequel to the Passion. But the thing is look how long he was persona non grata.
Yep.
So, when it comes right down to this guy needs to go down big time. He's an arrogant prick. He always has been. He's a good actor. Don't get me wrong. I loved him in Hunt for Red October. He did a great job there. He even did a passable job in the Shadow.
I liked him in Beetlejuice.
Yeah, and Beetlejuice, of course, too. Is when he his star started to really start rising. That the arrogant prick started coming out, and he never got put in his place.
Mm-hmm. Because everybody wanted to kiss his ass.
Right. Right.
I blame 30 Rock.
Mm-hmm. And of course, 30 Rock didn't help. But the thing is what helps is he's not in Hollywood. He's not in California with this. He's in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
He is not in the mecca of the woke bubble, where they even want to have Roman Polanski come back, a guy who drugged and sodomized a 14-year-old, and they bemoan how he's being treated unfair, even though he was found guilty and he ran, a fugitive ran, and they go, "Oh, poor him." So this is a sickness of Hollywood. Thank God he's not being tried there.
Yep, and even says he's a talented actor, but definitely not a smart aleck. Nope, he's not.
Yeah. No, I saw what you did there. I saw.
And Shay, you should trademark that.
Yeah, you should right now, or we'll steal it. We're known for stealing stuff. Toxic Pop Talk and thieves. Here we go.
So, any final thoughts on this article before we move on to our next article?
Well, my final thought is I hope this is what we hear in the coming days out of New Mexico.
This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass.
That's what I'm hoping for.
All right, and Crit?
On what?
Any final thoughts on this article?
Hell no. I mean, lock the key. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Yep, he deserves to be in the Gray Bar Hilton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So, which of these next articles would you like to talk about? Adam Sessler,
Oh boy.
I could tell by that laugh, Baird wants to talk about Adam Sessler.
Well, I was just kind of laughing at Lord Crit with his old boy, but I mean, hopefully Cash will wake up soon so he can talk about Cobra Kai and the manga, because I'm sure he's interested in the manga one.
Oh, hey guys. Yeah, I just woke up.
Cobra Kai.
Is it Sunday already? I didn't know that. Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, these people.
See what happens when you don't show up for the show? You get mocked.
Pacific, Mike, I can't believe you guys boxed me today on Pop Talk.
I'm gonna stream, I promise.
I mean, listen to our biggest fan.
Listening to Pop Talk makes my lady parts tingle. Listen.
Gee, this guy is crazy. This guy.
Oh, you can see it in the eyes. Yeah,
you think?
That's his Twitter photo, I believe.
Yeah.
And while you're doing that, let me take a look here. Actually, my Twitter decides to say F you. That's nice. F you to you, Twitter, twatter, tweeter. Because I'm trying to what is going on here? Okay, well, I'll get back to it later.
All right.
But I was going to give you what his Twitter handle is now. And, if there's another person who has a problem, and I would even sit back and say going to a level of almost being a sociopath, it's this mother.
Mm-hmm. So this article was posted on that Park Place on the 16th, and it's by Jason Campbell. And it says G4 Adam Sessler antagonizing fans was the business model. And it says, you've heard about the hate clicks, but have you heard of a show based entirely around the idea as a business model? Given how quickly G4 went down the drain, don't expect to see it again anytime soon.
No, sadly.
Nope. Adam Sessler is a great presenter. I've enjoyed his work for a long time, although I didn't really watch him on the original G4. I only started following around the time that Rev 3 gaming came around, but I truly appreciated the man's work.
He did good on the original.
Yeah, he did. They all did.
Yeah.
After the original G4 ended, I watched every video on his next revival. Rev 3 Gaming was a good collection of up-and-coming talent with Matt Scottsville, Study Hall, Anthony Carboni, who would go on to host the Star Wars show, Tara Lawn, Nick Robinson, all of whom appear to have achieved success after the sunset of Rev 3 Gaming. And it goes on, says, there has been a lot of talk about the second end to G4 and Sessler's third run as a video game reviewer. How could there be more? Well, Adam Sessler recently appeared on The Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast and discussed, among other things, his time at G4, the infamous Frost rant, and his recent mock tirade against gamers. He also dropped a bomb about his content strategy. And it goes on to say, outside of gaming, Sessler can be quite heated in his political rhetoric, although he describes himself as not a pure progressive by any stretch of the definition, although it seems that almost anything could be constructed as political these days. The rival of G4 featuring Sessler took a turn in that direction when young G4 host Indiana Black, Juniper Black, going by the name Froskurin or Frosk, hosted a segment decrying, depending on how you want to say it, the treatment of women in the gaming spaces. And we've all seen that rant. We all know that rant. I don't think I need to pull anything up on that rant.
No.
It says, while many would agree that there are always some issues with sexism in any male dominated space, the discourse around the segment was that Frost had gone too far and had alienated G4's core audience, many of whom indicated that they felt personally attacked, regardless of whether they actually made comments about Frost on any level. It goes on to say, after the segment coverage around G4 was decidedly negative, with articles on their declining subscriber count going out daily from various online outlets. Eventually, G4 would cease operations once more and shut their doors for good. Goes on for another paragraph by saying, now that the dust has settled, Sessler appears to be more open about his time at G4 and the strategies they employed to garner attention, even if it meant intentionally antagonizing their fans. While talking with Vito Gisaldi and Adam Masterson, Sessler had this to say about the rant and his time at G4. Sessler described Frost Grant as a well-written soliloquy defending women's presence in space and the idea that Frost deciding not to be a dancing monkey being to blame for G4's demise was kind of ridiculous. He graphically described the rant as a slow acting poison that kind of got into the goulash at G4, but not the reason they shut their doors. Sure. Well,
Sure.
no one can know how things would turn out if key moments occurred differently. Sessler dropped hints that Frost Grant was not the only time that G4 stirred up controversy. In fact, it could be said that it's been a part of Sessler's business model going back in the late 90s. One of the hosts of the podcast jokingly asked about the hyperbolic statements from the masses that pinned Sessler with not just the destruction of G4, but also destroying gaming forever. The question appeared to be a joke, but Sessler's response was very interesting. Excuse me. Goes on to say, I more legitimately take some credit. I started out in 1998 before we had video on the internet. When G4 became G4 Tech TV, we were able to do what YouTube would eventually do when we really started to realize that, well, the more we insult things, the more viewership starts to go up. I think that we were the vanguards. Sessler compared inciting trolls to their stalwart of comedy, the heckler. The heckler wants the attention. People love to be insulted in that arena. Everyone thinks that are not a troll. Okay, it goes on to say, at the end of the day, a view is a view is a view, and repetition was Adam Sessler, not our own. That's what they're saying for this article. There was a point where if in order to keep ratings going, I needed to, okay, let's do it. I was being paid by G4. My interest was in ratings and the survival of the show. And it goes on to say it is difficult to determine whether Sessler was referring to the original run of G4, the more recent incarnation, or both, because he seems to switch back and forth very quickly when Being more specific, Sessler commented on his return. In the beginning, I was trying to solve some problems. This is kind of my mea culpa. Sessler stated he described a process in which a journalist or review would take tweets that do not necessarily represent popular opinion but are amplified and brought forward to represent most people. And it goes on to say this inflammatory technique is a process that is common in journalism, and we do not approve of that on that Park Place. We always give a more credibility to the negative rather than the positive on the internet, states Sessler, although in fairness, he might not have been referring to G4, but possibly the social we that represents all human behavior. Goes on to say Sessler has a history in this space, specifically in the period after Rev 3 Gaming. Sessler started an AI company whose services would aggregate social media posts to give companies a better view of how representative, negative, or positive social media comments were compared to the entire discourse around their products. During his time, he concluded that gamer culture is full of horrible, horrible, horrible people. Again, repetition in Sessler's, not a Rome. Goes on to say, so was Frost Grant intentionally designed to make people angry? While Sessler seems to imply that G4 doesn't stay away from controversy in the podcast, he states that he did not know the Frost Grant was coming. Right.
Oh.
Sure.
Okay. I was going to let you go through, but we already see contradictions here.
Mm-hmm.
He said he wrote the piece.
Yeah.
He said their intention was to go something like that. He knew. He was clapping like a
seal,
like an IQ4 seal in the cesspool, and all proud of himself because he knew that was something that he wrote.
Mm-hmm. He was proud of himself.
Oh boy, was he proud of himself. He was going to get the tweezers out and pleasure himself afterwards because of all this.
Goes on to say, I would never tell someone what to do. Right.
Ah!
The only thing I would have probably said is what could happen in terms of the attack. Sessler then describes what it's like to be the target on this kind of a backlash and the safety concerns. If you had safety concerns, well, you wouldn't have gone on with the rant to begin with.
Mm-hmm. And more importantly, afterwards, you would have apologized.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys, we're sorry that went out of the way. No, he went on the attack.
Yeah, they kept stoking the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Stoking the fire.
You don't poke the bear.
Yeah.
And it goes on to say, that was not fun. That was not fun at all. When it happened, I was deeply sympathetic. I was pretty certain that the crap storm that was on the horizon. No, you weren't. You didn't care about it.
No.
If you cared about it, you guys would have never done that rant, but you wanted to gain some attention, say G4 is back, and guess what? We're going to attack our main audience.
Well, that's just it. We just want to go out there and just be, we don't like you. Yeah. And he's made that known. He don't like gamers.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And the article goes on to say, when asked if the network was prepared for the backlash, Sessler paused and pointed out that G4 and the network that controlled it seemed to have different reactions. The network at large did not seem to be understanding of how the internet might react to things and how gamers might react. Why did it?
Oh, I don't know why yours went here. We'll put you back up there. Sorry about that.
I was just gonna say that was weird.
Well, yeah, because this is for later.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's part of the story.
Anyways, how how gamers might react. Later on, Sessler would mock gamers. Oh no, there's a lady in my game now. We need to cover the entrance to our treehouse with broken glass. As he made pretend whining noises. If you're if you upset the audience, it's not necessarily a negative, and you can't manufacture morality. Well, you know what? I got no problem with women gamers because there
Yeah.
are women gamers out there.
Yeah. Oh, there has been.
There's always been.
And they love kicking men's asses.
You better believe I can remember playing Injustice at a friend's house, and his then girlfriend at the time was playing against me, and she beat me, and she was enjoying it. I'm all,
Mhm.
okay, all right. I got beat.
Mm-hmm.
And then I handed the controller to my friend, and he says, "Watch how it's done." And then she beat him. I'm all, okay, so you took a few lessons from me.
Mm-hmm.
Well done. All right, so let's see. Do we want to continue with this article? This article's
I think we've kind of gotten to the
Yeah.
gist of everything, honestly. I think we have. So all I got to do is this.
No. Move on.
No, I mean. Now, this is.
Take a seat, little missy. You made things about yourself.
Right. And this is the novelty dildo right here, clapping dildo. This is his page. And notice he still has Little Miss Frosk, or Foreskin, as I like to call her up there. Him looking like a deranged Amish. And he calls himself Sad Man. Everyone is to blame but me, Assler. Me sad, me lose mine.
Well, he's got that last part correct.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, of course, he had to tweet something that Elon Musk did, you know, lead us down to temptation. Yeah, funny. But, I mean, you go through here, and basically he's making it known in here that he hates the gamers.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not part of it. Things I have learned from gamers today. They love, quote unquote, paying for Twitter. They need me to be one of them. They are at the center of all things at all time. They must inform me of my irreverence repeatedly and in great volume. Now, he's contradicting himself there. They need me, but they're informing me that they don't need me. This man needs a lot of help. He really is.
Yep. And Shay brings up Olivia Munn, Jessica Shobot, and Sarah Jean Underwood never insulted viewers on Attack of the Show. And no, they did not. And Olivia Munn went down to San Diego Comic-Con and walked around the whole convention dressed as Slave Leia.
Right. They poke fun at gamers. Don't get us wrong. We don't mind it. I mean, right there. Are you a gamer? No. Right there. That tells you right across.
No. Fake. He's a fake.
He is.
You know, I do need to get that clip from In the Pale Moonlight with the Romulan senator going, "It's a fake."
Mm-hmm. It's like this guy is. I mean, he hasn't tweeted anything since I think about the 10th. But this man is deranged. I mean, this was him clapping.
Mm-hmm.
This is him being proud of the piece that he wrote. This is him proud of going out there and being a complete total douchebag, asshole, pustule boil on the sphincter of life. He's an anal wart. If herpes had a face. Yes, I'm saying all these mean things to you, you schmuck. Because that's what you are. You used to be good.
Soy. Drink your soy milk.
Oh yeah, he was sucking on the soy teat for a while now. And of course, and what else does he do? Let's go out there and just start insulting people for their political beliefs, and then sit back and say, "Oh, I'm not one way or another." Yeah, you are. You wanted to go out there and say about how you wanted to see the Republican people dead.
Yeah. Yep, he did say that. And you know what? Us as content creators, if we went out and insulted, people like Jet Sparks, like Shay, like Phil, or anyone else, guess what? We could say goodbye not only to the subscribers
Nope.
that feel insulted, but
Yep.
also to our channel.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Which, of course, Phil, are you still out there?
I'm sure he is.
Okay,
because here's what I'm going to do. Phil, check the Discord. Check the Discord. Check the Discord. Anonymous, check the Discord.
We're gonna have a tag team match here, folks.
That's right. Today on PACIFIC414 Raw.
Ew, that's how you get Sesslers. Going raw. Ew.
Sessler.
Check the Discord, Phil. The invite's there.
The sad thing is
and if anyone else would like an invite, I can send it to you.
I know Jet Sparks put in there that that G4 is irreverent, not whatever. It's not needed anymore. But it could have still succeeded.
Mm-hmm. With the format that they wanted to go with, doing their shows on Twitch and posting their videos on YouTube, they could have succeeded. They could have grown even bigger than the original G4 if they had done it properly.
Right.
And by doing it properly, it means not insulting your fan base.
And their own app that they had, which of course isn't around no more. Mm-hmm. Because of this. Adam Sessler and of course Foreskin, both of them are to blame for the fall of G4, and they were not able to bring it back because of the constant shenanigans they kept on doing afterwards with their attack. And by the time they were no longer around, people didn't give a rip anymore. Mm-hmm. Your goal is not to go out there and make people feel unwelcome. And it was an ad hominem attack by Frosk. And ad hominem. It wasn't just to specific groups of gamers. She went completely on everybody.
Especially when she went off the rails.
Yeah, especially when she's doing that, I'm not bangable. Well, damn straight, not with that attitude. Plus, you're a lesbian. Who cares? And when it comes around to knowing about games, you don't know shit.
Nope.
You're a poser, just like Adam Sessler.
They might as well have had Anita Sarkeesian on their show.
If you want an actual gamer on there, watch anybody on Twitch. Watch anybody on YouTube who streams their games.
Right.
Some people stream their games on just one platform. Some people stream it on both platforms. But watch them. Yeah, some of us might die a lot in games, but guess what? We'll still figure it out.
What? What's that you say?
The hell you say?
Yeah. I mean, if you ask a gamer who's actually playing a game, they'll tell you, okay, I like this aspect of the game. The controls are, a little flimsy, or, the graphics, they're good, but there are spots where there are glitches. Like yesterday, during one of my test streams, I got stuck on a part of one of the buildings in Gotham Knights. It's like, okay, this has never happened before.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and gamers are blunt about what they like and don't like. It's like, this is what's wrong with it. They're not going to candy coat it.
I'm talking about now, Black Dragon, with the relaunch of G4. They could have made what was supposed to be the current iteration of G4 bigger than the original G4.
They could have, and by using the same thing. Yeah. By of course, the Twitch, having YouTube, and even their own app. I mean, honestly, if they would have had the right power behind it, right people in there talking about this stuff, the right people having fun, and actually going out there with true opinions about the game. So, well, this is what's good about it, what's this bad about it, true critiques. Mm-hmm. And yes, poking fun at the gamers, we don't mind. Not that I consider myself a gamer, But within the whole industry, we can take a joke.
No, I can't take a joke.
Well, except Mike.
How dare you speak for me, Barrett? I can't take a joke.
Pop Doc can.
I'm kidding.
I know. But yeah, you're right. They didn't. Well, they could have, if they had the right tools, they could have done it. And they didn't have the right tools. They had Sessler and Foreskin in there.
Yeah. They needed to have people who still play games. People of Crit's age, Paul's age, or anyone else that was a little younger. Throw in some of us older gamers. At our perspective. Back in my day, I played Atari 2600.
That's me.
and boy, did that console have great graphics.
Oh yeah. It looked just like Space Invaders. And we had easy mode.
Wait,
actually
back in that day, there was no easy mode.
Oh yeah, there was. Yeah, there was a form of easy mode on there. If you click it on there and go to, because sometimes there'll be like so many different iterations of the game, and you could have one that was a little easier than the other. But who did that?
Not me. To this day, I play a game, I get my ass kicked.
Yeah, we know. I don't think Phil's out there.
Boo.
Phil must have
Phil.
walked away.
Come on, Phil. And like I said, if anyone else wants an invite, I can send it to you.
All I gotta say is,
no coupons for you, Phil. No coupons for you, Phil. No.
Yeah.
Come on, you want to be here on the panel with us. Why? I'll tell you.
We're freaking awesome.
I'll tell you why.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby. Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
All right, Dick, only once.
Oh, he's excited. He's an excited. I mean,
yep.
The screensaver.
And if you want to talk about an early video game show, GamePro, the magazine, they actually had a show that aired on the weekends where if you watched a certain episode, you might end up seeing the hint or a tip or a code to a game that you're playing. But if you missed that episode, you were SOL.
Yeah. So get those VCRs going, folks.
Even in Nintendo Power, they would have hints and.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean,
today's payments is horrible.
Oh my gosh! William Shatner,
Mr. Shatner, welcome.
Thank you for inviting me to your Pop Talk.
So, are you a gamer there, Mr. Shatner?
That's debatable. Miss Adam Sessler reminds me of those Cardassians. Okay.
You know about Cardassians? I didn't think you knew about Cardassians, Mr. Shatner, because that wasn't your Star Trek.
I watch them every Saturday. One of them's name is Bruce. Now he goes by Caveman.
Oh, you're talking about the Kardashians.
Oh, Kardashians.
Kardashians.
Oh,
Got it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now we understand. Now we know what you. Okay, so that's to show you about.
All right. Misunderstood. So yeah, with that being said, Sessler and anyone else who is whining and crying, they dug their own grave.
Yep. And again, it's just like Baldwin and them; they can't admit that they frilled up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we admit when we frill up.
They keep, as soon as Fosk was on that show, the show was a foot into the grave.
Very true.
Very, very true. Very true, Mr. Shatner. I mean, I can't believe this. We got Mr. Shatner on the show with us. This T.J. Hooker himself.
This is awesome, folks.
Did he do
I
anything?
never thought I would see William Shatner on the show.
Yeah, did he do anything besides T.J. Hooker? I know that's the show he's always remembered for.
Rescue 911.
Oh yeah, Rescue 911. Yes, he did a great job on that one.
You need to remember my sorry, I tongue twist. You can't.
Wait a minute. Priceline. We need a Priceline.
Oh yes, the Priceline.
Tech Wars. Yes, Tech Wars.
No, that was interesting. Those movies that they did on was USA Network, right? They were highly rated, but the moment it went to a weekly show, it tanked for some reason. I don't know why, but I just know that they didn't get those ratings after that.
Maybe the formula was just better when it was a movie instead of going to a weekly television.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Shatner, tell us about your experience on Monday Night Raw.
It was intriguing. I smelt pheromones everywhere.
Really?
Interesting.
It smelt like everyone was in baby oil. Yes, and I can tell you, none of those guys played easy mode.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Exceptionally good to know.
Yes, it is. So, moving on to our next article here. And I'll also go ahead and take a look at the box office numbers after reading this article. Or should I do it before?
Wherever you go. I mean, you're the head pop guy, and
You know, let's do it beforehand.
Okay. We are gonna be getting
So give me a second.
1,000, 2 1,000,
3 1,000,
4 1,000.
Listening to Pop Talk makes my lady parts tingle.
See, so I mean,
If you're listening right now, subscribe to Pop Talk.
Oh, look what we got here. It's
Roll Tide, Kelly Chow, Roll Tide.
He is.
All right. So
he's here for the fun.
And Leia Rose is here, our princess.
Oh, Leia Rose. Hi, Leia Rose. Leia Rose, where's you're the head of the fan club. Where's Phil?
We need Phil.
We're waiting for Phil. We need the wisdom of Phil.
If I remember correctly, Phil didn't get his coupons.
Oh,
true. I thought I heard Peter Griffin earlier say no coupons for you.
No coupons for you, Phil. No coupons for you, Phil.
So the latest weekend box office numbers are in, and Avatar: The Way of Water made $20 million over the weekend, followed by Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, which made $11.5 million. Let's see what that's up to for its worldwide total. $297 million. Not bad.
No.
126 million domestically, and I believe the film cost $90 million to make. That's still not bad.
It made a profit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Avatar, it's going to be at $2 billion.
Yeah.
Sometime this week.
Avatar: The Water's Warm where I'm at.
Everybody out of the pool.
Out of the pool.
And let's see. Megan currently has 73 million domestic gross, 51 million international gross, with 124 million worldwide gross for a movie that only cost 12 million.
That is a huge role. That is huge. Really is.
That's a success in my book.
Yeah, it is.
And Mr. Shatner knows successes.
So let's go ahead and go to our next story.
And he should have been an Avatar. If he was an Avatar too, they'd probably be making even more money if they had Mr. Shatner.
I could sleep with some blue cat women.
There we go.
And Leia Rose says, keep the stream going, Pacific. I definitely will.
She's trying to wake him up. That's what it's. Wake
Film
up,
will
old
crack in on
man.
a busy schedule.
Get up on!
And she's also saying hello to Captain Phantom Nerd.
Jeez.
And also to Crit.
Hello.
She's really being nice.
We have an article here from Geek Tyrant in relation to Megan. Megan 2.0 is officially greenlit and is scheduled to come out in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
With Allison Williams and Violet McGraw returning. Article was posted, let's see, 4 days ago by Joy Parr. And it says, it's official. Atomic Monster and Blumhouse campy techno horror movie Megan is getting the sequel. Universal Pictures has greenlit the movie titled Megan 2.0, and it will hit theaters on January 17th, 2025. It was also announced that Akilah Cooper will write the script, and Allison Williams and Violet McGraw will reprise their roles. A director has not been announced yet, but the first film was helmed by Gerald Johnstone, and he is expected to return. James Wan and Jason Blum are producing. Blum previously talked about a possible sequel, saying, after I first saw the movie, we had a good sense that a sequel might really work. So we broke out our cardinal rule and we started talking about a sequel before the movie was released. I felt so bullish that we started entertaining the sequel earlier than we usually do. Goes on to say, John Stone was previously asked about his excitement for a sequel, and he said, how can I not be? Now that the film's finished and that people that are embracing it, there are so many ideas that we had and facets of Megan's personality that we wanted to explore. I totally think there's more to say. Goes on to say, and I know that Megan would have more to say. I would love to do another one, hopefully soon, while it's still fresh in everyone's minds. Goes on to say, there are no details on what the sequel will entail, but it will be fun to see how the creative team is going to continue the story. One thing we do know for sure is that Megan's AI lives on in Gemma's house droid. That is a spoiler. What do you want to see from the sequel? Well, as someone who went and saw Megan and enjoyed it and was glad he saw it, I don't want them to go too overboard in the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
In production and budget, and the story. Keep it simple.
Did it even need a sequel?
I honestly no.
No.
I don't think it does.
But
I
that's always been the curse of Hollywood to do that.
I think that this is one of those movies that it could be a one and done type of thing, and it would become one of those cult classics that everybody talks about from year on end. And
I don't trust Blumhouse with their sequels because we saw what Halloween 2018 was great, but then we saw what happens, what came next, and then well, Halloween Kills was okay, but Halloween Ends, yeah. More like, where's Michael Myers for half of the movie?
Yeah, that's what I heard about it.
Yeah, I mean, they did a sequel to that Blair Witch Project, and the big problem is sometimes they want to start throwing big money now at these, and they start losing track of what made the film the way it was, and they think, oh, we just go and throw some big money, and we have this name, and we all this, we're going to have a guaranteed success. The thing is every time they've basically done that, it's shown that it doesn't. It's not a success, but they never learn um, their lesson, and that's what I'm worried about. They shouldn't be looking. They should be looking at keeping it around the same budget. Don't go crazy with the budget. That way, you're more focused on doing the story, the practical effects. If you have practical effects, focus on what's important and what is actually truly needed. Then, uh, hey, we're just going to do this because we can, type of thing. And yeah, just don't go crazy.
And just a little spoiler for everybody. This is the droid that Megan's mind is now in. So there's a little.
Oh, that
spoiler.
little black thing there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, oh. And it gets sent to England where a prince buys it, and then voila, and then yeah, okay,
Then he marries Megan.
yeah.
That is scary.
Kind of looks a little like Megan, doesn't it? The other Megan. Oh, who knows?
But yeah, that's coming in January 17th, 2025.
I mean, I hope the best. I mean, honestly, we need good stuff.
we do. We need good entertainment, and there is good entertainment out there.
Yeah.
It's just a thing where you have to actually go out and look for it.
Yeah, and most importantly, don't think that the bigger the budget, the better the film. Don't think that, folks. It's not necessarily the case.
No. I mean, I've heard some people say, this production looks cheap. Well, have you given the movie or television show a chance? Maybe it might surprise you.
Right. I mean, look at all the years Doctor Who had such cheesy effects, but it went 26 years originally. Why? There were other things all around it. It was just that helped make that show, whether it be the leads, the story writing, all that. So yeah, don't just because something doesn't have a high budget doesn't mean it's not good.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about some manga news. Manga I didn't even know that existed. But before we do that, I will also highlight Shay's comment. And he says, from what I've heard, the version of the movie in general audiences watch is the less gory cut compared to what people similar to Chris Gore, I can't even speak today, from Phil Threat got early access to watch. Yeah, I heard that those scenes that made the film R-rated were only a few more minutes long than what the actual final film ended up being. So,
which shows you don't need to have an R-rated horror film to be successful either. You don't need a bloodbath. You don't need graphic violence. You just need to have the proper things to keep you on your edge of your seat and jumping when you need to have them jump. Really.
And I'm putting links out to Baron and Crit's channels. Please head over there and consider subscribing to their channels. They do great work.
If you really want to.
And now on to this article from Anime News Network. Let me just highlight the tab and bring it up on screen.
Anime News Network.
All right, so this article is from Anime News Network. It was posted on the 20th, and it says, Wanope Joker manga ends in next chapter. And it says that this year's 8th issue of Kandasha's, and I probably mispronounced that, and I do apologize.
Brandon, where are you?
Morning Magazine.
So you can pronounce it wrong.
Revealed on Thursday that Solashi Miyakawa and Kisuki Goto's Wanope Joker, the one-man operation manga will end with its next chapter. The manga's final chapter will not appear in the magazine's next issue, as the manga is irregularly serialized. Goes on to say the manga story begins when Batman is suddenly and inexplicably turned into a baby. Joker discovers the baby and takes him in and plans to raise the baby and turn his nemesis from Dark Knight into a second clown prince of crime. Miyakawa and Goto launched the manga in Morning in January 2021 as part of a collaboration between the magazine and DC Comics. Kodansha published the manga's second compiled book volume in February 2022. And it also goes Miyakawa and Kai Kitago also launched the Superman vs. Meshi, Superman No Hilton Meshi, Superman vs. Food, Superman Dining Alone manga, and Kodansha's Evening Magazine and Comic Days app in June 2021 as part of the same collaboration. The second phase of the collaboration also included the launch of the Batman Justice Buster manga by manga creator Ilishi Shimizu and Tomohiro Samaguchi, Ultraman Lion Barrels of Iron in Morning in December 2020. Miyakawa and Kei Ito launched the, and I'm probably going to end up butchering this, but I'm going to give it a try. Uchu Sankari Tiramusa. Again, I probably butchered it. I do apologize. Manga in. Okay, I know I'm not going to be able to say that one right, so I'm not going to try to say it. But anyways, launched it on a website in October 2015 and ended it in 2020. The manga inspired a 13-episode anime series that premiered in April 2018. Crunchyroll streamed the series as it aired in Japan, and Funimation streamed an English dub. Second season titled Space Battleship Tiramisu Zewi premiered in October 2018. Crunchyroll again streamed the series with subtitles, and Funimation streamed the dub version as it aired in Japan. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
Check the private.
I am.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to dip. My chair broke, so I can only sit down on this riggedy thing for so long. So thank you for having me on.
Orcas and chairs don't match.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think what I'm going to do, Baron, is I'm just going to go ahead and open it up.
What?
And I'm going to go ahead and promote Crit again. So, Crit, do you have anything coming up on your channel? Or anything that you would like folks to check out?
Well, we did the retro review. We do retro reviews, so remember to subscribe. And in case we do another panel, we might do it not this week, but maybe the week after, of a classic 80s and 90s film. I've been streaming a lot with the Star Wars streams. I'm getting an audience for that, which I appreciate, all the support that people come. But like my main content, I'm still working on. Just gotta give it a little time. But I know you helped. I know Baron is gonna get lines, and I think Phil is gonna give lines. So
no, that's not cocaine, folks. He's not talking about cocaine.
You never know. Yeah.
Well, that's my payment. and remember, ladies.
Lord Crit is so sexy. Lord.
Yeah, orcas, we flap and we flop. So
That can be taken so many different ways, Crit.
Don't ask about blowholes.
They can. If my compadre Cash Money was here, I would say he has a big chin, but I'm gonna say farewell and thank you for having me on. So
you're welcome, Crit. Thank you for coming on, brother.
Hey, take care.
Take care.
And as you can see, I decided, you know what, let's go ahead and open this up. So if you'd like to join the panel, you're more than welcome.
Working with all that now.
Our next article we're going to talk about, well, might as well talk about the Power Rangers special that's coming up on Netflix in April.
The Mighty Mutant Power Rangers? Oh, no, that's not what it is.
The Teenage Mutant Mighty Turtle Rangers.
Turtle Rangers. There we go. I like that.
All right, I know some Power Ranger fans going to go, Mike, we need to talk. What? That sounds like a great crossover.
Yeah, I like that. Mishmash. There we go.
Well, thank you, Janet. Have fun at the gym.
Oh, take care, Janet.
All right, so we have this article from Superhero Hype that says Netflix shares new details for Power Rangers Anniversary Special. This was posted on January 17th. It's by Jake Abbott. It says, in case 90 kids needed another reason to feel old, the Power Rangers franchise is turning 30 this year. And Netflix is celebrating the heroes' enduring impact with a special anniversary presentation that reunites several fan favorite cast members on screen. Goes on to say that this spring, the presentation that reunites several fan favorite cast members on screen. I read that sentence again. My bad. But anyways, this is via Entertainment Weekly. Will air Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always, a brand new adventure that honors the series' past while also looking ahead to its future.
You know, first of all, I gotta sit back and say something. I'm kind of honored that Janet's at the gym listening to us. We're your motivation.
I think that's a Pop Talk first.
I think so. You can do it, Janet. You know, feel the burn, Janet. Feel the burn.
It says the special was previously announced in October last year. Perhaps most notably, it marks the return of David Yost and Walter Emmanuel Jones as Billy Cranston and Zach Taylor, the original Blue and Black Rangers. Jones only appeared in the show's inaugural season. However, Yost holds the distinction of being the longest tenured original cast member. He remained with the franchise from its series premiere in 1993 until his departure in 1996. According to the official description, Once and Always finds the Rangers coming face to face with a familiar threat from the past. In the midst of a global crisis, they are called on once again to be the hero the world needs, inspired by the legendary mantra from the franchise, once a Ranger, always a Ranger. Once and Always reminds everyone when you become a Ranger, you are always part of the Ranger family and always welcome. And it goes on to say that Yost and Jones aren't the only former Rangers suiting up for the special. The episode will also feature Catherine Sutherland, Kat Hillard, the second Pink Ranger, Steve Cardenas, Rocky Santos, the second Red Ranger, Karen Ashley, Aisha Campbell, the second Yellow Ranger, and Johnny Young Bosch, also the voice of Bosch the Stampede on Trigun. Just throwing that out there.
There we go.
The second Black Ranger, Barbara Goodson and Richard Horvitz are both reprising their voice roles as Rita Repulsa and Alpha 5, respectively. Plus, the special will introduce Charlie Kirsch as Ming, the daughter of Trini, aka the original Yellow Ranger. Trini's actress Tui Train died in a car accident in 2001.
I know, that's sad.
Yeah.
And I think the actress who played Rita Repugna, she passed. The actual actress in Japan.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, Achiko Soga. That was her name.
Welcome, Jet Sparks.
Hey, Jet.
Hello. Thank you. You need to get someone who's a big Power Ranger expert in here talking about this.
So you know who that is, Jet Spark? Who can we ask?
Silence.
I
Absolute
know.
silence. What's the matter, Ranger? You scared? I don't know what character I was trying to be.
I have no idea.
I'm not scared, Ed. It's Zed, you little bucket of bolts. It is Lord Zed. Oh man, I miss Robert Axelrod, but it's sad though. I mean, the guy who you won't believe it, but Lord Zed actually made his return in the latest season of Power Rangers Dino Fury, and he's gonna come back for the next season, Cosmic Fury, where the Rangers are gonna have to fight him out in deep space now. So, but I wonder how this 30th anniversary crossover is going to tie into Cosmic Fury somehow. I hope there's going to be like a small crossover between the two.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. The article does say, unfortunately, Once and Always is releasing at a bittersweet time in Power Rangers history.
Yes.
Just last fall, Jason David Frank, who was best known for playing Tommy Oliver, the Green Ranger, had arguably become the face of the franchise during its early 90s heyday, passed away at the age of 49. It's currently unclear in Frank. It should have said if Frank managed to shoot any footage before his death. Regardless, it seems like a safe bet that the special will be dedicated to his memory. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always will premiere on Netflix on April 19th. Will you be tuning in to watch the special later this year? Well, I hadn't really said anything about this yet, but I had spoken to Common Sense America about it, and the Smoking, also known as the Smoking Patriot, about it, that I was thinking about doing a live stream for the 30th anniversary of Power Rangers, because I did watch the first 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, so I have some information from there to go on. But I was thinking, I wonder if Power Ranger fans would like to come on a stream and talk about their beloved franchise, just like I talk about my love, Transformers and Star Trek and GoBots.
I thought you never asked.
But I think it would be fun,
That one I'd have to shy away. I've never watched Power Rangers. I was never interested in Power Rangers.
Oh, come on. Seeing guys in suits and giant monsters, giant robots. If you like Godzilla, you'd like that part.
I like that. Ultraman, all that stuff. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you guys understand the idea is that how why the characters wear spandex. It's because it's something to be akin to circus performers. It's lightweight enough that you can actually move very well in it for acrobats and that's the only material they get to do all those fancy stunts they do now.
Oh, the backflips. I had nothing wrong with the spandex. I tell you that. I mean,
yeah, but I'm pretty sure most people who think the show is really stupid. Then again, I mean, all other superheroes that they like obviously gush over, but they basically rip on the Power Rangers. Yeah, all those other all those other superheroes like Superman, Batman, they wear tights too. So you guys can kindly stop with that.
Wow. I mean, I would have liked to have actually seen them bring over the other one just dubbed with the voices, because the yellow was the guy in Japan and they turned into a woman here. So,
yep. And I do want to say hello to Bone. How are you doing today, Bone? And I also want to say hello to JT Gunn, Late Night with Cap. How you doing, JT?
Isn't it too early for late night?
Oh, it's never too early for late night.
Okay. Sorry.
But yeah, Power Rangers 30th anniversary special. Like I said, I've been thinking about doing a Power Rangers 30th anniversary stream on the channel. Let's get our heads together. Anybody who would like to participate, send me a DM. Let's put our head together and get something formulated.
I can be like the moderator that asks the stupid question. No, just Box. When it comes around to Power Rangers, Doc Pop, what was your favorite and the abilities? And, that bullshit.
You kidding? My favorite Power Ranger was the Pink Ranger, Kimberly.
The Penguin? I had
Amy Jo Johnson.
I still think, like, I know, but everyone always talks about, like, when people think of Power Rangers, they always think of the original Mighty Morphin team, but there have been several different iterations since then. I mean, and I know, but I think like after like the second half of Turbo, they realized that maybe or like no, after In Space, they realized that we just swap out the cast every single year, just like how its Japanese counterpart Super Sentai does it. And again, they're all like somewhat interconnected. And no, sure, they do occasionally have like a crossover movie, and everything goes on like that. So it always happens like during the summertime. They have like a summer V Cinema movie, at least in the last 7 years in Sentai series I've watched, from like Go Onger to Shinken. I've watched Go Onger, Shinkenger, Go Sager, Go Kaiger, and Go Busters. I kind of haven't really watched Sentai really much after that because I can't really find where the episodes end actually dubbed in English, or subtitled in English, so I know what the heck they're saying.
And I do have a follow-up article as to why Amy Jo Johnson is not going to appear in the series 30th anniversary special.
Okay, didn't she do naughty things?
It says Amy Jo Johnson explains why she didn't return for Power Rangers 30th anniversary. Later this year, several of the original Power Rangers cast members will return for the 30th anniversary special, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. However, one of the most notable exceptions is Amy Jo Johnson. The actress who portrayed the original Pink Ranger, Kimberly Hart. Earlier this week on Twitter, Johnson confirmed that she had been asked to come back, but she indicated that the offer wasn't to her liking. Regardless, she wished her former colleagues well. Now, keep in mind, not only is she still acting, but she's also writing, producing, and directing now. So her schedule might be booked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Goes on to say Johnson had a long stint on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers before departing the series. The last time she reprised her role as Kim was in Turbo, a Power Rangers movie, in 1997. However, she also made a cameo appearance as a civilian alongside the late Jason David Frank in the 2017 Power Rangers reboot film.
Yes. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I noticed that. And I honestly thought that movie was kind of a little meh.
In the last few years, Johnson has largely turned towards a new career. As a director, she has helmed 2 features, The Space Between and Tammy's Always Dying. Additionally, she's directed an episode of Superman and Lois during season 2. It says, despite Johnson's absence, there's no shortage of guests for the special. David Yost and Walter Emmanuel Jones are headlining the story as Billy Cranston and Zach Taylor, the original Blue and Black Rangers, respectively. Also returning are Catherine Sutherland as second Pink Ranger Cat Hillard. We already read that in the previous article, so I'm not going to read it again.
Yeah.
But again, I will emphasize that the special premieres on Netflix on April 19th. And of course, they ask, are you disappointed that Amy Jo Johnson won't be back for the Power Rangers 30th anniversary special? Like I said, I'm looking at it from this perspective because she's still an actress. She directs. She also writes. Again, her schedule's busy, so she's unavailable for the special. Yes, it might be disappointing to longtime Power Ranger fans that she's not there, but she's always going to be a part of the franchise.
Right.
Yeah, it's also interesting that she's like a part of the franchise in another way. I mean, heck, I wouldn't like if she if she's a writer for the show, but I'm not sure how the series is gonna. I think they're saying they're gonna go completely. They're gonna go with completely original stuff from here on out. Because I mean, Cosmic Fury, they're not using any of the Sentai suits and costume. They're not gonna use any prior Sentai series suits or costumes. They've made completely original suits now this time for Cosmic Fury, which I actually was kind of somewhat holding out. I think they're gonna use Zord footage from the Sentai counterpart, Cure Ranger, but of course that's only the thing because I know in Mighty Morphin season 2 and 3 they use mostly Zord footage.
And I do want to say hello to Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. Welcome, Tommy. Good to see you.
Guinea pigs.
And if anyone would like to join us on the panel, you're more than welcome. I'm just adding this article to the description down below. And we can move on to the next article. But yeah, I mean, obviously Power Rangers means something to her still, especially since she did appear in the 2017 movie. But again, her career has her going on a different path.
And she addressed it, and she addressed it very respectfully, too, you know?
Mm-hmm. Unlike some actors of famous franchises who go, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah, I know.
They could give me.
It's kind of ironic, yeah, because Power Rangers, yeah, that's kind of the reason why the original 3 actors, Walter Jones, Tui Trang, and Austin St. John left the show originally because of pay disputes. And the show was a unionized show. Well, the show wasn't unionized, so that was the reason why they just left over simple pay dispute. It actually was confirmed recently. And I mean, it's crazy though. There are a lot of actors there are at least a couple actors I can think of that got their start on Power and are still active as acting to this day. One of them is actress Anna Hutchinson. She started out on Power Rangers Jungle Fury. And she was also in the acclaimed film by Joss Whedon movie, Cabin in the Woods. She was in that movie. And we also have Rose McIver, who also got her start. She actually started out in like Australian and New Zealand television, and then she actually got her start. She actually played the Yellow Ranger on Power Rangers RPM, which honestly is one of the best seasons because, look, to put it plainly, that season of Power Rangers is basically like Mad Max meets Terminator. That is the best way I can put this story. But it's basically just that you match those 2 franchises together in a way. But yeah, she's moved on from that. She was the starring character. She was the star in iZombie, and now she's on a new show on CBS called Ghost, and it's already going into its like 2nd season, I think. I haven't been watching it, but yeah. So she's still pretty active and doing stuff. It's usually just television roles, more or less.
And other than Amy Jo Johnson, the only other Power Rangers actor to ever, make it big on the mainstream side was Serena Vincent. But even her stardom was short-lived because I don't see her in any upcoming productions.
Yes, the only notable movie she was in was like Eli Roth's Cabin Fever, and of course, Not Another Teen Movie, where she appeared literally in the buff the whole time. And don't get me wrong, she already was a beautiful lady, even when she was on Power Rangers. In fact, I think she makes the list of like the top 10 hottest female Power Rangers.
And I would wait for Cash, but I don't know when he's going to get here. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next Netflix-related story. So let me pull it up.
Well, I know since I kind of got a little bit of what I want to talk about, but I think I'll leave you guys to it because you guys are more into what you guys are going to talk about next. I haven't really seen it outside the first movie. I think I need to watch all of those. But thanks for having me on, guys. I'm gonna
Thanks for
dip
coming
out
on,
here.
Jet.
Yeah, take care,
No
Jet.
problem.
Thanks for stopping by.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't done so, please consider subscribing to Jet Sparks 373. All right, so Friday the announcement was made, and I'm going to read their official Twitter announcement, and it says, "Paradise at last, we made it, Lucille LaRussa." And it goes on to say, when Daniel LaRusso arrived in the valley with his mother in 1984, little did he know that, that his life was about to be forever changed. The same went for 3 young kids from New Jersey who hadn't yet met one another. Daniel's journey from a bully to being. I can't even read today. You ever have that kind of day where no matter what you try to read, you end up screwing it up
Yeah,
royally?
most days. Most days.
Right. So I'm going to make sure that everyone else can read this too, not just myself. What I might have to do is.
You want me to read it?
No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go to one of the many articles that are talking about it.
Mhm.
But I wanted to make sure that everyone could read it. But it's still too small for everyone else to see it, and I don't think that's fair to everybody.
You're small.
All right, so no, none of these. TV, where is it? Okay, all right, let me just type it in their search. Yeah, I'm doing it the long way around. I'm sorry. All right.
When has he ever done things the easy way? He likes that challenge. He needs his pain.
That's true. I do need my pay.
He needs his pain, boys and girls. That's why we're
all right. I'm going to a different site that has it.
Okay.
Superhero hype. You let me down.
Well, of course they did.
All right.
Of course they did. You know.
Okay. Here we go. That's why I keep everything as far as different websites bookmarked.
Okay.
Cobra Kai announces 6th and final season. So before I read the article, all I'm gonna say, and I'm riveted, folks. I'm riveted because he's not here. He's another co-host, and he's not here.
Yeah.
He's not here at all.
Mm.
You know, Baron shows up, but this particular student decided not to show up. So I'm riveted.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Cash money. That's a guy that gets no credit. Cash money. That's a guy that gets no credit. Cash.
And let's see. Tommy says, no matter what, everything you read looks like a Twitter post. Quote by PACIFIC414. And Shay says, hopefully Hilary Swank will deliver her baby in time to be in Cobra Kai. Yeah, because they haven't even begun filming season 6 yet. This is just the announcement. Says Cobra Kai announces 6th and final season. This was posted, of course, on Friday. It's by Matt McGloin. It says Netflix announces that Cobra Kai has been renewed for season 6, which will be the last for the show that spun off from the Karate Kid movies. It says Cobra Kai never dies. After 5 badass seasons, Cobra Kai season 6 will be the final showdown. The epic conclusion to the decades-long karate saga is coming soon to Netflix. Stream Cobra Kai's first 5 seasons now, states the description in the announcement video. Watch below. Goes on to say, and this was the letter I was trying to read. In a letter to fans, the executive producers thanks the fans. Reacquainting the world with the Karate Kid universe has been our humble honor. Making Cobra Kai has allowed us to join the same hollow dojo once inhabited by the great Robert Mark Kamen, John Advilson, Jerry Weintraub, and all the amazing original cast members, states the letter. It has also enabled us to play sensei expanding the original storylines and birthing a new generation of underdogs, we've never once taken this opportunity for granted. Goes on to say, the letter continues. Our day one goal with Cobra Kai has always been to end it on our terms, leaving the valley in the time and place we've always imagined. So it is with immense pride, thankfulness that we are able to announce that achievement. The upcoming season 6 will mark the conclusion of Cobra Kai. And it goes on to say, while this may be a bittersweet day for the fandom, the Miyagiverse has never been stronger. The fandom is the best on the planet, and we hope to be telling more Karate Kid stories with you down the line.
Miyagi, that's interesting.
Because, as we all know, Cobra Kai never dies. Continues the letter. It also goes on to say the producers conclude with, in the meantime, strap in for the biggest season of Cobra Kai yet, and let today be a celebration of all that's come, as we all still I just missed that part. As all that is still left to be told, we couldn't do it without you. We made it. Strike first, strike hard, no mercy. There is no quit in this dojo. And I am going to go ahead and play the announcement trailer. I will be pausing it. And
we've been fighting so long against each other, with each other.
Can you hear it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just double checking. Just making sure.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard to keep track.
And of course, what they're doing is they're showing different clips from different seasons. They're showing different clips from the 3 movies.
The tournaments. The rivalries. The lessons. It hasn't always been smooth. But after all this time,
there's Chosen.
We've built something together to be proud of.
So let me ask you, do you have one more fight left in you?
Again, various clips from the past 5 seasons. See Silver, of course you see Johnny and Danny. There's Kreese. I can't wait. And of course, I will be talking about this when it comes out. How can I not? I've watched the previous 5 seasons. I've talked about them as a whole. So I'm looking forward to it. Something good to look forward to, even if it is the last season. Because as you and I have said, Baron, we are looking for good shows to watch, good things to talk about. You know, word of mouth still works. Word of mouth still gets around. Oh, you've got to check this show out. You've got to check this movie out. Read this book. Play this game. It still works.
And it looks like it's got quite a following. So, it's amazing that, who had thought that Cobra Kai, something based off a movie from so long ago, would be so successful. Most importantly, though, it looks like they did it right. They did it right.
And that's what's great. They really don't force a woke agenda down our throats. They don't force one point of view or another. It really does feel like a continuation of the movies. Because unlike certain shows, which I will not name, the writers and producers of Cobra Kai have respect for the source material. And I'm just checking Discord to see if the sleepy one is up yet. Not yet. Not yet. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read this article that he provided. anyway, even though he's not here. The sleepy one.
Yeah. Disappointed.
Yeah, I'm greatly disappointed. You hear the disappointment in my voice?
I'm so disappointed.
Nah, I told him, listen, if you're too tired tomorrow morning and you don't want to come on, you don't have to come on.
I'm cash money. I'm cash money. I'm cash.
And let's see, Tommy saying that's because that is what real fans that head shows or movies do.
Mm-hmm.
They show it the love and respect it deserves. Exactly,
Right.
Tommy. Exactly.
Mhm.
If you'd like to hop in, Tommy, you're more than welcome. The link is pinned to the top. So this next article, which was provided by Cash much earlier, even before I was up.
When he was going to bed.
Yeah. It's from The Gamer, and it says The Last of Us TV show can't repeat the sequel's fandom toxicity. So let's see what they mean by that. It says The Last of Us Part 2 was a nightmare. In hindsight, it's both a fantastic sequel and a whole subversion of the original game's core themes and characters, but before its arrival, there was a toxicity surrounding it that I've yet to see matched with any other game.
There's
I had it in my
there's oxymoron in that.
Mhm.
It was both a fantastic sequel, but yet we shit on the original game.
Yep. I had it in my hands a month before release, and thus saw the high-profile leaks emerge online, revealing Joel's death and presence of Abby, followed by misinformed discourse from all sides. It was exhausting. And for someone working in this field, there was seemingly no escape from it. Okay, I'm going to start mocking this article.
Go right ahead.
I had friends messaging me claiming it was viciously transphobic despite me playing the game at the very moment and discovering its fairly well represented trans character. The death of Joel turned many off the game immediately, resulting in a wave of masculinity so toxic its effects can still be felt today.
Wow.
Laura Bailey had to directly address death threats and harassment she received for even playing Abby, while Naughty Dog had to play damage control as its work was taken out of context in bad faith. Oh no, perish the thought.
You know what? I think there's some things that didn't happen, Alex, along here. 200.
The Last of Us Part 2 is now almost universally acclaimed, with the small but loud exception to those who caught this initial stink in the first place. Baron? It was you, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it was Crit. Someone pulled his flipper.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm not.
Emerged following a comprehensive report talking about crunch culture at the studio, which was fortunately a catalyst for damage and a much healthier work-life balance. I hope Naughty Dog doesn't walk back on this transformation. Discussions like this needed to happen. They needed to happen, Tommy. They needed to happen. But to have them swept up in a bog of subverted expectations and evident misogyny. Misogyny? Okay, Baron. I blame Baron.
I'm the biggest misogynist of them all.
While also being the biggest game of the year, achieving almost nothing. So it's funny, from what I saw in my local store, the game wasn't selling all too hot.
No, This article is horrible. Again, this is not even a real article.
No.
It's a diatribe.
Yep. Now we risk repeating the same mistakes following the successful debut of The Last of Us on HBO. We watched it. We gave it a 6.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
it's watchable. We're not gonna get on top of a hill or a mountaintop and
No.
praise it, but
No,
it's watchable.
And most of it was basically technical stuff.
Mhm.
Nothing more than that. Just the. I mean, for me, it was how they laid it out. They should have been laid out a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been a lot better. I mean, with what they had, and that's not. Is that misogynistic? I guess it must have. I don't know.
In today's term, it probably is, but you know what? I really don't care what a small minority think.
Yeah.
It goes on to say reviews have been almost unanimous in their positivity, with praise for its faithful adaptation, performances, and how it expands upon a world we already know. Naughty Dog has said the show will not eclipse the storylines seen in the games. So chances are, however, many seasons we end up getting, it will end with Ellie and Abby's brutal confrontation. If this accurate portrayal continues, Pedro Pascal is also going to have his cranium caved in with a golf club at some point in the next few years. It's unavoidable and not really a part of the narrative HBO could justifiably change without uprooting the entire experience. Abby is, at least from the outset, given purpose due to her pursuit of revenge, while Ellie would have settled down into relative domestic bliss if her surrogate father wasn't brutally murdered. It is a foregone conclusion, and I hope fans have matured enough to understand its significance.
Okay.
I'm not reading any more of this crap.
First of all, this is on HBO, right? Yes, it's on HBO.
Yes.
So, Game of Thrones. How many people died?
Lots.
They were important, right? But the show was still a success, and the only thing was they complained about the last season because it sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly. So, what the hell is this person writing? This is word salad crap.
This is okay. Let's select a few words, throw them on the wall, and see what kind of sentences we can form.
Oh no, there's no words being thrown on the wall. It's something else.
I was trying to be nice, Baron. I was trying to be nice.
Well, I'm being nice because I didn't exactly say excrement. Who's the writer of this piece? Who's the moron? Who's the little midget?
Let's see. Jade King.
Oh, is that him there? Oh, is that if that's him? Look at that look of soy. Jade King, you're a soy boy. I mean, the gamer. Okay.
Yeah. That's right. I'm gonna create a website. And I'm gonna call it The Gamer.
Right. Oh God. What a bunch of crap.
And you know what? Yeah. Anybody remember Ellen Page? Page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She could have played a great Ellie. As I said to you and Cash the other day when we did our review of the first episode, I don't know that the actress playing Ellie has the acting range.
No. I know she was wasn't she in Game of Thrones too? I mean, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. But yeah, she just does not seem like she's got the chops for this. I mean, obviously it's the first episode. We'll have to see how it goes along, but not impressed so far. I'm just being No, honest, really.
And I've even heard people say she doesn't even look like the character.
Right? No, it doesn't look like the character. The character looks a lot better. And I know that she's gained all sorts of acclaim because she, had to come out and say, "I'm fluid," and it's like, oh, now everyone's just running crazy about it because of, and that's basically the
I'm
reason
fluid
why.
too. Whenever I drink water, I've
Yeah.
got fluid.
That's why I got the forbidden peak up next to me.
Bella Ramsey is the actress's name. Let's see. She's been in a movie called Catherine Called Birdie, Becoming
Mhm.
Elizabeth, Impact Winter, Hilda and the Mountain King, Requiem,
And then she
Historic
was
Materials, Hilda, Summer Camp Island, 3 Minutes of Silence, Shepherd's Delight, Resistance, The Worst Witch, On the Beaches, and Judy.
And she also played Lyanna Mormont in Game of Thrones. Hope I said that right. Right. And she
Yes.
came in 2016. So,
Yeah.
and to acclaim. But I don't know. I can't say. I'm not going to say anything about that because I never saw her in that. But all I know is so far what I've seen on this. Not impressed. Not impressed. So,
Maybe she'll surprise us. Maybe there's an episode coming up where she'll just, blow our socks off.
I hope so. I mean, I really hope so. I mean, I'm not saying this to be cruel. I'm just saying so far it's like, it's not, she's not doing standout work, in my opinion, but we'll find out. I mean, and, and like I said, it's the first episode. You never know how it goes. So I don't want to be cruel to the young lady or whatever, but the big thing is that everyone wants a clam on those that when she went out with the premiere, even on the Wikipedia page, they had to make sure it was put in there about 3 seconds after she said it that she is non-binary and uses uses all pronouns, whatever the hell that means. Uses all pronouns. So and that's the big thing that they all get excited about is that it's like. There's other things. You don't have to focus on that all the time.
What does that have to do with the character? What does that have to do with the overall story that you're trying to tell?
Right.
In my opinion, nothing.
Right. No, it's like it's a non-factor. It's a non-factor. Really, I mean, I just guess I don't understand. And I'll be the first to admit it.
Well, that makes two of us, Baron.
But it does make you question her casting on that. I mean, good old Mandalorian, he's doing a good job, but this is kind of a part that he's known for playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so.
Now, what I might end up doing tonight, I won't be going live for it, but I might give my quick reaction to tonight's episode after it's concluded.
Mm. You heard it here first, folks.
I'll probably just grab my phone and record it that way.
Ooh, he's going fancy.
I know. Fancy. How do I run this thing? Technology, it eludes me.
I know. Don't you love it? Here we got a channel here where we're all Luddites except for Cash, who's not here, trying to do a show. And of course,
fun.
And our Orca boy had to swim away because he broke the chair he was in. Orcas and chairs don't mix.
Well, that's what he gets for imitating wrestling moves and trying to hit someone over the head with the chair.
Yeah, I know exactly that's what he was doing. Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to do it too, but it's like, yeah.
I don't know, but I think today's show was a pretty good show. How about you, Baron?
You want to know what my opinion of the show is? Are you sure?
Well, I was always told, be prepared to hear one of two things, either something you want to hear or something you don't want to hear.
It stinks.
Okay, fine. Fine, because I do have a retort to that one. Let me just pull it up here.
Lighten up, Francis.
You're gone!
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Very interesting, but stupid.
The hell you say?
The Battle of the Clips, folks.
Yes.
You saw right here. And, unfortunately, we didn't have either one of these guys.
Here is a coupon request from Cash Money to Phil. Here is a coupon request from Cash Money to Phil. Here is a...
No, we did not. And he was in the chat, but he didn't join us on the Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
And that's not Anonymous, but look what it popped up.
I am Paul
Master
Cutis of Borg.
Yeah,
Your channel will be assimilated into the Star Wars guys to benefit our society. Resistance is futile.
I thought it was...
Wait.
What's up, guys?
Not much, Paul. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I saw you guys were talking about that Cobra Kai announcement, so I thought I'd pop on.
Yep. What do you think about the show ending after 6 seasons?
I think it's the right move. I love the show. I think every single season, except maybe season 3, has been a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
And I think ending it at season 6 is the right move because, and I've said this multiple times, as great as this show is, every single season escalated the stakes from the one previous, and season 5 really ramped things up after season 4 to the point that I'm surprised, spoiler alert, I'm surprised Chosen didn't end up dying after getting a sword slice to the back. So
Wow.
I frankly, with the exception of that Sekai Taikai tournament, the world tournament thing, I do not see how they can amp up the stakes any further outside of that tournament without it being life and death. And I'm making a prediction now. Somebody, I don't know who, but somebody is going to die in season 6.
Wow. You heard it here first, folks. Master Paul's prediction. There will be someone dying in season 6. But, I do, in all seriousness, though, I do have to agree with you. Sometimes you got to know when it's to end the show. Sometimes you got to know that, you're having a great time. And if it wasn't for the fact that, you want to go out on a high note. And, of course, when I'm leaving war.
Shut up, Phil.
Phil's here? Phil is here? We have a special message for Phil McCracken.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
That hurts, Cavatano.
That is hurtful. That's hurtful comments all around. But sometimes the show needs to go out on that high note, and it does have opportunities down the road if they want to do a special thing. But of course, they have to make sure they do it right. So, I don't mind short seasons. I don't mind having short run series because that's sometimes all you need. And then it starts watering down the greatness of a show if you just keep on going and going and going and have subpar or less than subpar episodes. And it's like, why even bother?
Yeah,
True.
I agree.
Because there have been shows that have overstayed their welcome, and it shows in the quality of the episodes. I mean, look at TNG and its 6 and 7 seasons.
Right.
Season 7 especially, with a very few exceptions, like for example, All Good Things, Parallels, the Pegasus, those. I think we can best describe season 7 as table scraps.
Right. There should have been a higher bar that they should have been above. and really wowing us. But they were tired. They were focusing a lot on the new show, and they were tired. So, oh well, it is what it is, and it's something that American television needs to learn. And I'm not talking about the studios, because how many times that the networks decide, oh, we're just going to cancel it in the middle of something, and the show's still getting good ratings, but they just cancel it for some stupid reason.
Yeah.
And it's good that the producers sit back and say, we're going to go here and we're going to end it. I mean, J. Michael Zasinski had that with Babylon 5, 5 seasons, and that's what it's going to be. So even in a sense, DS Dynasty got going. It's like, okay, we're going to go this 7 seasons, and they started getting something more cohesive, you might say, and kept the light. But when it comes to an end, it comes to an end, and yeah, you hope to revisit it, but does it really need to come back again fully? I'm surprised by the success of Cobra Kai. I really am. I didn't think that something like that would be something that resonates with so many people, but I'm glad it is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a big Karate Kid fan, but I'm tickled pink that the fans love it. That it's been hardly anything bad said about the show. I mean, high praise from Master Paul here on the show, so that's good to hear.
Yeah.
So, and Coach also is very high. Speaks very highly of it.
I'm kind of in the same boat as you are, Baron, where I certainly liked the Karate Kid movies, but was never, I wouldn't have considered any of them probably even in my top 20.
Mm-hmm.
But this show has given me a greater love for the Karate Kid, I hate using this term, but Karate Kid universe, that I think the movies are made better by the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bookends.
And Black Dragon says, how do you figure 6 seasons is short? Well, when you compare it to other shows that have gone, 20 seasons, 30 plus seasons like The Simpsons, 11 seasons like Married with Children, that's short.
Well, and the number of episodes too. I mean, You're talking about these shows had 22, 23, 24, sometimes 26 episodes a season. This is more in the style of where British TV, where you have 8, maybe 9 episodes, which again is why we're saying it's short. I mean, look at Red Dwarf, very popular in England, kind of sporadic on its release, but generally, except for one season, there were 6 episodes. You did have like a 3 episode special or movie, another movie, and one, I believe, 8 season episode. But most of the time, of all the Red Dwarfs, it was hanging on 6 episodes a year, and you had to wait next year for 6 more episodes. So, and that's what we mean by short. I mean, really, and because it's a season doesn't mean that you don't have 2 seasons in 1 year.
I mean, especially with the way productions are done anymore, where you only get, a 6 episode season, 7 episode season, 8 episode or 9 episode season.
Mm-hmm.
They could be filming these seasons back to back.
Right.
Just so they can have, one season out, and then maybe a few months after the first season ends, then the next season comes on, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, yeah. So that's what we compared to normal American television. How they normally do it. This is short. This really is. And what's great about it is they put quality instead of quantity, and we need more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, there's shows like Cheers where you could get away with it because you just have so much material you can use. I mean, honestly, the bar stories. You could have kept on going with WKRP because everybody in the industry has a story, and they were using stories, real life stories in WKRP. So you have an endless source if you're able to keep the quality of the writing up. Cheers, of course, was one that did, amongst a lot of changes, and made it realistic that way. But overall, some things just get tired out after a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And Shay wants to know our opinion on Worf's Kurleth sword in Picard Season 3. That sword that's been designed by Doug Drexler, I've only seen it from different aspects, of course, behind Worf and, one real quick scene.
Yeah.
So I can't really give an accurate judgment as far
Right.
as how I think it looks, especially when you compare it to the Batleth or Worf's Mechlith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it goes, it's like I have no opinion. I'm not saying that be mean or anything. I just don't because, again, I haven't had a good look at it. But Doug Drexler, who is a big fitness guy and such, I think he's involved in various forms of like martial arts or whatever. If he designed it, hopefully it's something that's decent and believable. So.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I know Doug Drexler is just one of these absolute exercise nuts. He had his added a gym onto his house and everything he was going through and showing all the pictures of the Drexler gym that he and his wife use regularly.
Well, it beats signing up for gym memberships.
You got it. But and I just kind of have to sit back inside a little bit here with Black Dragon. It's like it's really hard to, especially the fact it's behind a paywall.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to get excited and want to go on my way to watch Picard, especially after the way we've been treated by the studio and the people involved with creating these shows. If you want to use the term creating, that's probably way too generous. And yeah, it's. I mean, if it shows up on Pluto for a special run on Pluto TV, maybe I'll watch it. But and I know Burnett praises it.
Yeah, Robert Meyer Burnett is saying, when you get to episode 4, you're gonna be in tears.
Right, and and I respect his opinion. I really do respect his opinion, but it comes into the category of too little, too late, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And again, I understand his point of view. I also understand other points of view that we've heard where some people have said they're not going to watch it in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, I was even in the chat of a stream last week, and I said I might give it a look.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the panelists said, "Don't even bother, Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
Your head's going to explode."
Right. So, I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody to see it or not to see it. Like I said, I'm just saying on my end of it, I'm very agnostic towards it. I mean, actually, I really don't have any feelings towards Picard season 3 because about this time you're numb. I mean, even getting kicked in the nuts after a while you get numbed, because the pain sensor says, "Okay, I'm out of here." So, I mean, I hope it is good. I really am. I'm not wishing. And that's the one thing that a lot of our detractors don't understand. This is what we want. We want it to be good. We're just upset that it's not. And deep down, really, honestly, if we are true fans of this, we want it to be successful and want to have that hope.
Yeah, and a lot of people when I've been reading articles and watching different videos are saying that this season will supposedly give the TNG cast a proper send-off. They already had a proper send-off. That was in All Good Things.
Mm-hmm. I think they're referring to Nemesis, which was very poorly received.
Yeah,
I don't think it was as bad, but it wasn't one that they should have gone right into the sunset with. It's one of those where you kind of hope that there'd be a Star Trek 6 experience for them to have their proper send off. So I think that's what they're kind of referring to. But in many ways, you're right, though. When it comes around to television, All Good Things, I don't consider All Good Things the greatest episode of Star Trek Next Generation. I figure, it's a watchable one, but it's not one of those that it's a must. But yeah, it was still a proper way to say goodbye to the show.
Yeah, and I agree with Shay on the design of the Titan. It is fan service. It looks like they just, mashed different starships together in the design. I see a little bit of the Constitution class. I see a little bit of the Excelsior class. I can even see a little bit of the Enterprise C in it, the Ambassador class.
Yeah, exactly. And there was the quote unquote official Titan that was done up by, I can't remember who it was. He does a lot of artwork and all that. I don't know why they just didn't go with that, because that was Riker's ship. So Riker must have crashed it.
Yeah, because Riker's ship was an Akira class ship.
No, the Titan.
The Titan.
It was not an Akira. It was not an Akira. It was. You can actually get it in Star Trek Online too. It was kind of more reliant-ish in some ways. It did have like the little sensor pod on top of the second primary hull and such. But yeah, it's just a second here. Let me see if I can find it. But oh no, that's the wrong one. No, that's I don't want that. What? Oh, bark to you too.
I liked how that happened, where you were just humming, and the dog barked.
Yep. She doesn't like my singing.
Okay, it's more of a variation of the Akira class.
Yeah, it's kind of a variation. It's kind of a mishmash of Akira and Reliant and the like. So it's you got it on screen. Okay, I just looked it up here, but yeah, that's it. And that was a design by, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember his name, but he's done all that stuff, and he won basically the contest to have the Titan. Why don't they use that? That is a freaking Luna class starship. Thank you, Black Dragon. I was having a hard time remembering the class name, but why don't they use that? That's a freaking cool design ship. You got the elements of like the Sovereign in there. You have elements of the Akira. You have, it's, and yeah, you're probably right. Troy was probably at the helm.
Did you just slander Deanna Troy?
No,
you know how he feels about Deanna Troy.
I'm kidding.
But
don't let her drive.
Besides, this ain't even my channel. I can't kick you off for it.
You're right.
But looking at it from this view, you could tell where I could think it's an Akira class.
Yep. Oh yeah, exactly. Yep. But it's a cool design ship. Use that one. Be original.
No, they don't want to be original. That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously it's not quote unquote original because it's already there, but use what you already have. I don't know. I just don't understand it on that one. It's a beautifully designed ship, and that should have been the Titan. If that was the case, that mishmash ship should have been something else. And yeah, it's like member berry. I don't want member berries.
Unfortunately, that's all the current writing staff, the current powers that be of Star Trek, are a lot of the legacy series want to give us.
Right.
Remember this? Hey, guys. Do you remember Woopa Troopa? Remember?
No, I don't remember Woopa Troopa. Woopa.
Hey, Woopa.
Yeah, it's just. There's a difference between where you reference to or make a nod to it, but when that becomes the end all be all, is just you gotta rely on the member berries. You're not doing a good job.
Nope.
Just be honest. But again, I hope that the show is successful. I hope that season is. Maybe it will give us some hope for the future, but I am not holding my breath.
I hope those that enjoy it continue to enjoy it, and those
Mhm.
that say they're not going to watch it, well, that's their choice.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to belittle them.
I'm not going to tell them they're wrong. I mean, there are people that like Hot Shots Part 2 and think that's better than Top Gun.
There's people that like Caddyshack too.
Mhm.
One of them tricked me into watching the movie.
And he became the biggest fan. Went out there and found every Jackie Mason YouTube video out there.
And he cackled like the devil.
Pacific, can you please play that interesting but stupid clip?
I just
All
played
right.
that long ago.
Which one of us will get to it first?
Oh, you will. You will. I'm letting you.
Very interesting, but stupid.
I wasn't gonna make that one easy. I was gonna have someone else on that down.
I mean, even look at this view of the Titan. Let me pull it up here.
He's pulling it up.
I mean, that's a nice looking ship.
It is. I actually got one of those in STO. I have a mirror version of that in STO.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would have loved to have seen the interior of the ship on a Riker series.
Right. Not a redress of STD bridge.
No.
Yeah, I think that would have been awesome. I'm not a big fan of the little pod on the top. I understand because it's a science ship, but I can understand it. I'm not necessarily a big fan of
Yeah,
that.
I can
But the only thing
understand
that
having
detracts
a sensor array up here. And
and that's the only thing that detracts it from me. If that's the only thing I got for complaint, yeah. And what's nice on STO, you don't even have to have it. You can take it off. So,
Yep.
I have.
You can customize the ship any way you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a nice little ship.
Little.
Well, it is a scout ship.
I know. I'm just quoting Worf from a certain
Little?
movie that Paul hasn't seen yet.
Okay.
When are we going to hit those?
I don't even know what we're talking about.
The Star Trek Next Generation movies.
Oh, I want to hit them around the same time. I want to hit them in chronological order as to when they happen. I know some of them happen during Deep Space Nine. I'm just not 100% sure when. So basically, when we get to that portion of the timeline, we'll cover them.
Che? No. Nope. Nope.
Oh my God!
Oh
my God! Paul, hold on to something.
Phil showed up.
No. It's awoken. It has awoken. Ladies and gentlemen, it has awoken from its slumber.
It's Cash Money.
Could be.
Yes.
It has to be Cash Money.
It has awoken from its slumber.
This is for him.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day. Cash
Cash Money!
Oh,
Hey,
man.
you guys!
Oh.
Hello.
Good morning to you, sir.
Yeah.
Or should I
Some
say
morning.
good afternoon?
Good afternoon,
It's
yes.
a little after high noon
Yes, it's a little after high noon.
for you in California.
Yeah, you California people, I tell you.
I know.
Sleeping in like that.
That's right.
Well, he was too busy gaming, that's why. Bill.
I was trying to get out of that Pokeball.
Oh,
Whoopa trapped you in that Pokeball, huh?
You might have.
Whoopa got him.
It's good to see
Hopefully-
Whoopa here, though. What's
Yeah,
up,
hopefully they
Whoopa?
didn't put in that blue one.
Other
But-
people, I know, right?
But by the way, I tried reading that Last of Us article you sent me. I couldn't get through it.
No, that was. Why do you have to do that? You should have been here, and you should have been that was reading it. That was horrible.
You could have waited until I showed up, but that's all
We didn't
right.
know if you were.
I didn't know if you were, and I was thinking, maybe now's a good time to end the show.
Did you see the little? You see the little
man.
counter there next to Mike there? The 2 hours 49 minutes and 17 seconds.
No. Yeah, so good. Yes.
He's proud of his Pokeballs.
Pokeball.
He's got big balls.
Got big balls.
But
He's
did
got
you
big
read
balls.
any of the other articles? Some of those
Yeah,
were
we
pretty
went
funny.
through
Oh, you did?
all of them. Yeah.
Wow. Even
All the ones
I
I had lined up, I didn't read all the ones that you sent me
Oh.
because I was hoping that you would be
Yep.
here.
Well, here I am. So
Here he is, boys and girls, girls and
And,
boys.
and
in
I
the
did see that
background.
article about the Avengers game losing its life.
This is what we're supposed to be excited about. Mediocre games as a service Marvel games. It's like we're going into the future, man.
Well, that's okay.
This game was good, and some of the gameplay was good. I remember playing the beta, but even after the beta, the game didn't change much. They added some new characters. They locked Spider-Man as an exclusive character with Sony and all kinds of silly things.
No, a mediocre game for us mediocre YouTubers to talk about. So.
Wait, the Avengers game?
It's gonna end. Yes.
I forgot that even existed.
I know. Some people said that
You
too.
and a lot of people. You and a lot of people.
Yeah, like me. I mean, Avengers game.
And
Okay, whatever.
this comes from the gamers. So if I start having an aneurysm in the middle of this,
I mean, if you actually die in real life
well-
over this, I tell you.
I mean, yeah. Oh gosh, please.
all right.
No way. Yeah.
No.
So this comes from the gamer again.
Marvel's
Marvel's Avengers
God.
fans are venting their frustration following shutdown news. Marvel's Avengers fans are annoyed at the game's unrealized potential now that it's shutting down. Well, they screwed it up out of the get-go.
Yeah. And at least Captain October isn't writing this one, but this could be just as bad.
And I can't even pronounce that name correctly, so I'm not even going to attempt to. Of the author.
Dastardly. Yeah, that's what I think is dastardly.
It says, Marvel's Avengers is a weird game. You think it was the perfect IP with a great formula for live service success, at least on paper. But it was ultimately underwhelming. Not only are the mission structures boring, but the combat isn't really fun and doesn't give you the feeling of being a superhero. The game is also stuck somewhere between trying to be like the MCU and doing its own thing. I could go on, but that would be flogging a dead horse. As of March 31st, Marvel's Avengers will receive no new content, and support for the game will cease on September 30th. Avengers will have been live for almost 3 years with a bunch of new characters and content added over the time, but none of them good enough to save the game.
Well,
Following the
I'm sorry. I got a real question. Is this an MMO?
No, it's games as a service. It's online, so you play with friends, or you can play not friends. They had some ugly art styles, but the gameplay was okay, and then it got really repetitive. And even playing as Miss Marvel in the game wasn't terrible, but it's just the games as a service, the microtransactions and stuff. It wasn't a good idea, a good direction for a Marvel game.
But at least you had good foot action with Miss Marvel.
Bump. Following the news of the shutdown, fans share their frustrations with the game and what it could have been. Yeah, it just continues. Today it continues. I just can't read articles today.
It's all right.
A Marvel Avengers live service video game that could have been constantly updated with new content themed to new movies. At the literal height of popularity of Marvel, had the potential to be one of the biggest games out there, but they fumbled that bag so hard and said, toothless FTW. I wish people would actually learn from past mistakes, but as we saw with Crystal Dynamics, they didn't learn a single lesson from all the other live service games that came before it. Instead, it easily was one of the worst. Said another negative comment. It goes on to say, I spent so much time on this game since day one, grinding for Spider-Man. Then he came out. I've been praying for this game's downfall since, said another. And another one goes on to say, honestly, F Square, said a visibly frustrated user on Twitter. It says, I know people love to crap on CD, but I feel like Square was the main factor in the failure. They not only pushed for the live service and put a studio that has never done that before onto it, they also just didn't fund the game. You can feel the lack of budget, and then they saw the game was in trouble. Instead of making a push for the better, they just completely sold off the studio and game rights to be someone else's problem. Well, that's also another reason why they probably said the service is ending. Right there. Right
Passing
in
the
that.
buck.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
When-
well, it's yeah. Go ahead.
When you sold off the company that was doing this game to another company, what makes you think they're even going to continue it? What makes you think that that company that now owns it is going to say, we'll continue this failure? No,
Mhm.
they're going to look at it and go,
Yeah, they go through and it's like what's valid and what has validity and what doesn't. And what they're also doing is they're also looking at cutting down the staff now because we don't need all these people. So maybe that department got hit.
Yeah, it probably did, but it's just once again, it's not a good direction for a Marvel game. But
well, no, I
Yeah.
mean,
let's do it anyways.
It also doesn't help that the designs of the characters just doesn't look right. I mean, look at I know everyone makes fun of the Black Widow model, deservedly so, but Iron Man's mask didn't look right. Everyone's shoulders looked too bulky, especially Captain America's. And Thor's beard just didn't
Well, they made her
look
better
quite right.
actually, but yeah, Black
Fair
Widow's face got better. So it took a lot of backlash, though. It's like here we go again.
I mean, why does it take a lot of backlash from fans? Why does it, always have to be the fans that have to speak up? Why can't these companies actually do quality control?
Because they
through
don't
their
care,
games?
man. They don't. They don't.
They
usually
should.
Care,
They
and
should.
They
If
should.
they want to make money,
Yeah.
they should.
Yes.
I mean,
That's right.
they should start getting the hit now. I mean, instead of calling us toxic, we're explaining to them this is what we want for a game.
Well,
don't listen
they
to
wanna-
the people that don't want to play it.
The future that these people want is always to blame somebody else for
Yeah.
the fact that the company's screwed up. The reason The Last of Us 2 made less money than the first one is because people were not that happy with the story. Some people were, other people weren't, and
Whoa.
it was just a mess.
Well, you're wrong there, Cash. We just read that article where they said that it was a huge success and so much better. Oh, especially with Joel getting hit in the head with a golf club. Yeah,
Numbers.
I mean, it's only the toxic people that didn't like it and tore it down.
Yeah. Baron, toxic.
I'm
Paul, not so much. Cash, toxic. Me, depends.
So I'm not
Depends on the
toxic?
season.
You're wearing Depends? Okay. Maybe I need to do that from when I do these.
I am getting older.
Yeah, well,
hold on. I'm not toxic.
You're not toxic.
Okay, then I need to change myself so that I can become toxic.
Well, since Padawannabe is here, yes, Pada. It's the instead of saying if you don't want to say these people, we can just say Crystal Dynamics and Square Enix. But it's always it's the game journalist, so like the gamer. The gamer goes out of their way to usually, as I said, I found 2 or 3 articles, especially attacking a great game like Persona 4.
2 or 3 nightmares. 2 or 3 nightmares. Because they're all from the same website, Cash.
No.
What are you trying to do to me? Are you... I know I root for a certain team during a certain time of year, but come on, man.
I mean, honestly, this gamer site is a joke so far.
Oh yeah, they have some articles on there that are actually pretty good, but I don't know. It's not hard to find these kind of articles. This one right here is not bad. This is actually saying that Atlas shouldn't be doing this. Well, they shouldn't. It's silly.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. And to reference back though to what Mike was saying, after you're about 45, about that time they were dressed to fart. So. So.
Yep. And this article says, why is Atlas restricting Persona spoilers for games that came out 15 years ago? It's like being told, oh, you need to put a spoiler warning for an article about Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine came out 30 years ago. I ain't doing it. At the time I said I would, but then I thought about it and went, nope, not doing it.
Or that Bruce Willis is dead in that one movie.
Yeah.
The Sixth Sense.
Wait, he was dead the whole time in he was dead the whole time in Die Hard? Is that why it's called Die Hard?
Yeah, exactly. You know that? I sat back and said that about the Sixth Sense. And I said that Bruce Willis was dead. It was like about 10 years after the movie, and the person I was with got upset. I didn't know that. It's like it's been 10 freaking years.
Yeah. By the way, for those that said I'm not toxic, watch this. Die Hard is not a Christmas movie.
I don't care if it is or isn't. It's still.
No, I'm not swinging at that pitch, Paul. Nope. You want me to swing at that pitch? I ain't going after that.
That was a ball. He threw. That was nowhere near the strike zone. Nowhere near the strike zone.
He thought, you know what? Pacific's going to swing at this pitch. I'm going to throw this pitch and he'll swing at it. Nope. I saw it coming. Nope.
Yeah.
Not swinging. Not gonna do it.
Well, at least I tried.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be proud of it.
Hey, well, better be careful. Check to see if he's got an emery board out there while he's doing that.
All right. So this article says, why is Atlas restricting Persona spoilers for games that came out 15 years ago? And we'll go ahed and get into the article. It says Atlas is a weird company. It has become one of the most well-respected and acclaimed RPG developers in the world, yet it operates in the modern era like a stubborn boomer who will take one look at new trends and label them as annoyances.
Me.
That sounds like they're taking a shot at me. Listen here, you whippersnapper, get off my lawn.
Give me my coupons.
I want my coupons. I want my early bird special. I want it now.
Well, they get silly because even with Persona 5, they were telling people, all right, don't show that game on stream. Like there has to be restrictions and you have to do this. It's so stupid. Because it's a new game, but this one is literally 15 years old, and it's like, let's do it again. It'll work this time. And like, crap.
Yeah.
Why would they care? It's you paid for the game with your own money. You can do pretty much what you want with it.
Yeah, but because they're streaming it, they want to put down restrictions. It's just like when Nintendo gets all in their panties in a wad about people doing fan projects and all kinds of stuff, and instead of encouraging that or being like, "No, you can't have this tournament of our game." No. Yeah.
Well, the big thing is it's free advertising. There was a time when they would clamor for that. Oh, you want to go and show our game on your site? I mean, take a look at old episodes of Let's Make a Deal, and you'll see people in the audience wearing Superman suits or Mickey Mouse outfits. Literally. I mean, all across the board.
That show's still going on, I think.
Yeah,
Wayne
but
Brady
you can't
still
do
hosts
that
it.
no more.
Yeah.
If someone tried to go out, I mean, for crying out loud, if someone's using an Apple laptop, they have to put something over the little Apple.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, shows do, because then they have to pay money.
But the thing is they don't charge them. The more you get that out there, the more free and that was the thing. There was a time it's like, oh yeah, I mean, Volkswagen admitted that they made the biggest mistake when the first Love Bug came out. They didn't want any of their decals or anything on the car, so you never saw anything on the car that said VW. The movie went ballistic, and then they couldn't bend over backwards fast enough to make sure that VW was somewhere on Herbie for the other films, and I think the TV show. They realized, this is free PR. People love it. WKRP in Cincinnati. Many of the people that were from the music that they played on there said, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be getting gold records.
For the longest time, VW didn't want to be in any way, shape, or form in partnership with Hasbro when it came to Transformers and Bumblebee.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't let them, use any of their cars or their logo, and then they, had an about face and went, "Oh, wait a minute, this is publicity for us."
Right, they're silly. But this is one of the few articles recently that I actually agree with the gamer on. Like they actually have a point.
Well, I'll go ahead and continue it.
I know.
And it says Persona remains a trailblazer in the genre, but its iconic stylings and contemporary themes are forever undermined by iffy writing and an attitude from its creator that fails to understand its youthful appeal. The upcoming re-releases Persona 4 Golden and Persona 3 Portable exemplify this perfectly, because players are once again being restricted from fully embracing them. Goes on to say, fans will remember that the launch of Persona 5, Persona 5 Royal, and Persona 5 Strikers came filled with not only embargo restrictions from press, but even from content creators and streamers, long after the game was out in the wild. Back when it first released, streaming or producing content for Persona 5 past a certain date risked an account suspension, and said content could only be produced in 90-minute chunks to avoid showing too much. Worse yet, sharing videos and screenshots was initially restricted on the PS4 UI system. And it also goes on to say the whole thing was a mess and needlessly controlling in how it demanded players digest a game that already held your hand too much anyway. I get spoilers, but this was all a bit silly.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah,
definitely
it's stupid.
It goes on to say Strikers and Royale were similarly nailed down, albeit with a little more freedom, but players still had to tiptoe around unreasonable requests to avoid Atlas getting all uppity and about things. These 100 plus hour epics in a lot of cases, and it can become difficult to tell what exactly it views as a spoiler and whether audiences for specific streamers will be bothered by these revelations in the first place. I'll admit it. I watch streams of new games that are coming out to see if the game's even worth purchasing for myself, and I know I run the risk of being spoiled about what happens in the game.
Yeah.
That's just a chance you take.
Exactly.
And let's see. Let's see. In the first place, it says chances are they already know what they're getting into, and the main draw of Persona is falling in love with its characters and the journey they embark on. Whether you experience the firsthand or through a streamer doesn't always matter. So to have yourself pinned down by restrictions that I've not seen other publishers replicate to such an extreme is laughable at best and obnoxious at worst. Things have changed though. Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden can be streamed without major restrictions when they arrive on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch later this month, but not without a few small quirks. Despite Persona 3 first launching in 2006 and Persona 4 following 2 years after in 2008, Atlas is asking super duper nicely to implement spoiler warnings via Persona Central for the sake of new players. It's asking politely, I suppose, but doing so for ports of games this old and of such renown is ridiculous, especially when much of the audience will be returning players with a keen knowledge of events regardless. It comes across as extra drama for the sake of it, and it also goes on to say when Atlas could be celebrating these ports with their fans instead of demolishing them through passive aggressive messaging. And it goes on to say, I'm not against spoiler culture like a lot of other people who will cry foul at any screenshot or clip shared to social media that robs them of a potential surprise. As human beings, we tend to approach entertainment differently, and the definition of a spoiler will differ depending on the person. That's true. I mean, how many times have I done a review on this channel and I give away certain plot points? That's just one of the things you run the risk of when you come to the channel, that I will give away spoilers. I'll even say there's a potential for spoilers in this review.
Same here. Everything I don't do non-spoiler reviews because frankly, I think those are stupid. I think in order to give my most accurate take on a movie or a game, I have to talk about every aspect of it, including what happens in the story. And and to me, a non-spoiler review doesn't quite as much. It's one thing to hear, yeah, this is good. It's another thing to hear why it's good, is basically the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah. I mean, even when I did my review on Megan, I didn't reveal everything that happens in the movie, but I've revealed enough to where maybe somebody listened to it and thought, I'm going to check the movie out. Or maybe they'd seen it and, they saw things differently. You never know. But anyways, getting back to this article, it says, to me, a spoiler is a big reveal, a character death, narrative revelation, or something that changes the foundations of a game, film, book, show, or whatever else. Knowledge that would change my perception before going into it myself, either making it superior or lesser as a consequence. What this might be is up to the individual, and the policing it on a wider level is almost impossible. Atlas is trying though, and even scale down. It's a weird old strategy. Persona 3 Portable and Persona 4 Golden are both fantastic games that JRPG fans owe it to themselves to play, and sure, avoid spoilers if you can, but go in knowing these games are law nuanced and filled with fascinating stories to tell. Neither of them require spoiler warnings dished out by publishers trying to protect plots that first unfolded decades ago. That's true.
Yeah,
And Tommy says, "Be well, Tommy."
You too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they want to diminish, they want to discourage. Atlas does, because they like make sure to put spoilers, because it's like, dude, your game is old, man.
Mhm.
Okay, your game is old.
It'll only spark interest.
Yes.
It was like that article last week for Deep Space Nine. For you,
Yeah.
Paul.
Oh
Did
gosh.
that ruin anything that's going to be coming up in Deep Space Nine, or did it just
No.
make you want more?
No, and I've said this multiple times. I do not care if I am spoiled about something, because yes, I know what happens, but now I want to go and see how it happens. So if anything, it gives me something to look forward to.
Oh, by the way, a spoiler alert: Anakin turns into Darth Vader in episode 3.
Say it ain't so.
And of course, you heard it here, folks.
God,
Master
Baron.
Claw is spoiled.
Baron, Cash doesn't even know about that spoiler yet.
Oh no!
Paul's been trying to tell him, and Cash
that's
keeps
sorry.
telling him, no.
I forgot he lived under that rock until it got flooded out this week.
Dun. What?
Huh?
The Family Man Show. What's that?
Yeah. What's this? California Dad?
California Dad.
California, it's something.
That might be a funny show, though.
It might
poking
be
fun at California, or have a show called The 50 States and poke fun of all 50 states.
The proper way to watch Pop Talk is with a lot of alcohol. The proper way.
What?
Yes. Sometimes, yes.
To watch Pop Talk is with a lot of alcohol. The proper way to watch Pop Talk is with a lot of alcohol. The proper.
What is that end thing he's saying?
Alcohol.
Oh, it sounds so weird though.
Alcohol.
Mhm.
That's what it sounded like to me.
But it kind of reminds me of one thing. When we're talking about this, we don't want this to be, spoiled, or we don't want you to use our this or that. A while back, I think I told you guys this story before, but a while back there was a guy that made the easy chair into a motorized and was driving around town with it. And he got hit with a DUI, and so the chair got impounded, and the police department decided to auction off on, I believe, eBay. So they had it listed as what everybody was calling it, the motorized Lazy Boy. Lazy Boy Company told them to cease and desist because the armchair wasn't a Lazy Boy. To which everyone sent back saying, "Shut up! Look at all the publicity you're getting. Free promotion. How can you throw that away?"
No,
But
it's silly. They cover it up. You see it all on any kind of show. It could be a soap opera.
You see it on YouTube. How many of us have tried to show a trailer and
they don't?
We get a copyright claim or a copyright strike for showing a trailer or showing a clip from a show because these companies throw a hissy fit about it.
Yeah, right. And yet it's free publicity. It's so silly.
Well, yeah,
So
exactly.
stupid. Or you show an old trailer and then they're like, "No, don't show that. We're Warner Brothers. We will destroy you."
Mm-hmm. And I'd want them, as long as it's not in bad taste or slandering over there. I'd want them to go out and someone to be doing that. It's like, hey, that's less money I got to spend.
And real quick on that point, Baron, something that I feel like needs to be brought up with that is there is a difference between slander and giving a genuinely negative review of something that deserves it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we, all of us are Star Wars fans, so we know full well, all of us didn't like the sequel trilogy, and yet we were attacked for being hateful to it when all we were doing was just speaking our honest opinions that the movies just suck.
Well, the slander would be, and YouTube, this is an example. This is not any opinion or whatever. An example of slander would be Daisy really got the role because she was sleeping around with the staff, with JJ. And that's how she got the role. Now that would be slander.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't think that happens.
No, I don't think it happened. But to sit back and say, I don't think she had the acting chops, that's not slander. That's actually an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because there'd be someone that's back, no, she's the greatest actress ever. Okay, fine. So, that's two different things between a slander and your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, opinion can hurt. Tough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways, Mike, you don't have to read this article. This one is a bunch of nonsense. The other one was actually making a good point. This one is just nonsense. I just found some of this stuff, but you don't have to read this one. I didn't know you had read some. This will probably be another article you can't get through. It's just this is another form of bullying, in my opinion. Where they're just using their words, because in real life we just laugh at these people if they said this stuff. Anybody who, like, come on, dude, like, what are you talking about? But this game, Fez is supposed to be the better version of this, but people like this a lot because there's a lot to like. You have over 100 hours of a game. You've got a few different intros. In this one, you actually there's things to do with the gun, but I won't go into the details. But people already know about it, so I think they've said it on stream already. But they want to find something, and they want to try to hurt these games that are coming out. And this is games that people could play forever and ever and ever. And there's so much to do in these games. You've got the social aspects, you've got the action. But it's up to you if you want to read it or not, Mike, and have a laugh.
I'll go ahead and read it.
This was on another YouTube channel too. That a video of my friend sent me, and I said, "Oh no!" I just, it's just like that Rosenberg thing. It's just a joke, guys. I was just kidding around.
Just like the video about 1-800. 555 noob. That's just a joke, folks.
Yes, it is.
Would you believe me if I told you I still haven't actually seen that video yet?
Of course not.
You haven't?
You are.
No, I see that it exists, but I haven't yet sat down to watch it.
You know what? Fine. Before we read this article, I'll show Paul the video.
Yeah.
This is your live reaction, folks. I hope you enjoy it.
I will.
So let me pull it up here. Give me a second.
I'm
going to pull up the full video and short.
I did name somebody in there. I won't disclose that.
Well, he's going to kill me for saying this, but Phil texted me with the link to this and said, we got to get you guys back. So
yeah,
if Phil wants me to do it, I'm going to do it. Because
hey, we're game.
Phil is just as much. Phil is just as much a pusher as a certain Orca is.
We know.
He's worse, Paul. He's worse.
I don't know. Paul's become the pusher man to some extent too. Sometimes worse than Crit. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I've said it. Oh.
Okay.
So if anybody remembers or might have missed last week's PACIFIC414 Pop Talk celebrating 350 subscribers before YouTube decided, we're going to take this subscriber. We're going to take this one. Oh, Saturday night, we'll take two. Thank you. But anyways, when I had 350 subscribers, at the very beginning, I decided, it'd be funny to just do the commercial for 1-800 noob that we've all talked about. Paul's been a part of that conversation. Barron's been a part of that conversation. Cash has been a part of that conversation. And Crit has been a part of that conversation where we all thought we should do a commercial for 1-800-555 noob. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to do it. So here it is for anybody that missed it. Do you know somebody who plays on easy mode? Do they say they do so for the advancement of the game's story so that they don't die all the time? Are they afraid to play on a higher difficulty level If so, please call that number you see on your screen right now, 1-800-555-NOOB. That's 1-800-555-NOOB. Let our specialists get your friend the help they need to play on a higher difficulty. I know, not only am I the founder of 1-800-555-NOOB, but I'm also a client. I, at one point, was playing Jedi Fallen Order. And on the final boss, after dying so many times, I switched to easy mode
Boo.
to beat the game. And I have regretted that decision ever since.
He was a smart man.
That is why, a few short weeks ago, over on the Twitch channel, I went back and played Jedi Fallen Order. And this time, I conquered my demons. I conquered that easy mode monster. And I stayed on the Jedi Knight difficulty, which is the normal difficulty. And I did what I preach. I didn't play on easy mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you play on easy mode and you constantly die in easy mode, it's also time that you should reconsider your game options and go back to Candy Crush. Remember, easy rhymes with sleazy. So please call 1-800-555-NOOB. And if you constantly die on, of course, easy mode, please call our alternate number, 1-800-555-DEAD. Remember, easy rhymes with
Hey,
sleazy.
hold on a second.
And
Pause
there
the
is
video.
the Candy
Pause
Crush
the video.
We will.
You stole that, Baron.
Yep.
You stole that.
I am shameless.
Oh, I'm really gonna be getting you guys back after that.
You're not done yet. Will help you conquer your fears.
Don't let your friends play on easy mode.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the most easiest way to sum it up. When it comes to easy mode, it's just not acceptable. If it's a first time play and you've never played the style of game before, sure, play on easy for a little bit of the game to get the basic mechanics down. But switch it to normal. Why? Because we don't live life on easy mode. We live life. Why should your game be any different? Embrace the challenge. Grow as a person. All together, we can conquer easy mode and live a better life.
Also, if you happen to know that your coach plays on easy mode, you should reconsider the decisions he makes for your team. So, any coach that plays on easy mode should call this number, 1-800-555-NOOB, and make sure they go to that next level, because then you'll know you'll have a winning team.
Wow.
Is he okay?
And I thought when Barrett says, "Is he okay?" I thought that was the perfect part to end the video.
Okay, that was good. But that was kind of a low blow, stealing 1-800-555-DEAD. So I accept the throne gauntlet, we'll say. And I think on that note, I am going to go ahead and get off of here. Thank you for having me on here, Pacific and Baron. Cash, good to see you as always.
You're welcome, Paul. I know what you're going to do. You're going to get with Phil, and you two are going to make a commercial now.
Actually, no. I'm going to go play Final Fantasy VII on easy mode. Assuming there even is an easy mode.
There is.
All right. Well, see you guys later.
Take care.
You
you okay, Cash? You all right?
Cash is hurting.
You sound like you're in immense pain.
What's wrong, Cash?
Paul, some days, Paul.
Anonymous, I sent you the link before I made it public, and
yeah, that's the second person who said that. Is Baron eating chips?
Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't think anyone would hear it. I'm actually eating jelly babies.
Oh, okay.
Jelly babies game.
I didn't
Jelly
know.
babies. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't resist. I had to open one up right away because I love jelly babies. Look at that. Jelly babies. Woo!
Jelly
Scared-
babies.
Yeah, I guess the noise scared Black Dragon and
No,
Anonymous.
I mean, I didn't think that would be heard because it's not chips. So when you hear that,
Unlike Phil, a certain stream ago on Paul's channel, crunch.
SpaghettiOs. Yeah.
Speaking of Phil, I'm surprised he hasn't jumped on the panel today.
he doesn't like us no more.
He hates everybody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah, that is serious.
All right.
Especially in California.
Do you want to read this article, man, or do you want you'll get a good laugh, I'm sure, but
Cash, if I all of a sudden leave the stream, you'll know why. At least Baron can shut it down.
What?
I do have the power.
As I said, you can just skim it if you want to, because this is going to be another silly article like the one about Amy and Sonic and how they have to be together and how Amy needs to have her own game. Well, that's fine. Then make it. But it's the way that it was presented, as in she needs to have her own game because Sonic only looks at her as a friend. It's just silly.
Well, if I'm gonna read it, I can't read it in my own voice. So give me a moment, and I'll take over the voice mode.
All right.
Well, Sonic is obviously a unit.
And it's I will mention, another YouTuber said this, that he feels sites like The Gamer and so on. I hate to break it to him, but they're gonna die a horrible death, as in their site's gonna die because how is this generating money for them? Because obviously they have to pay people. So how is this generating money for them to write these silly articles? And they're silly.
I don't know.
They're definitely something to laugh at. I feel like tagging The Gamer on Twitter and said, "Is it time for another article? That's silly. Let me get my alcohol."
Let's go for alcohol.
They are playing these games, I guess, but the way that they're going about it, I would love to see their Twitch or their YouTube channel, and they're playing this game. This game is awful. I can't believe this happened.
You sound
Why
like,
is it? It's just.
You sound like Paul Lynn.
This game is horrible.
Circle gets the square.
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it as Cash Money.
Oh boy. Oh no. Come on.
Persona
If that's the
3's
case,
portable
I'll read it.
female protagonist is a misogynistic relic of its time.
Make sure to get a little bit loud if you're reading it as me.
Well,
Wait, read it loud, but you don't really read it loud, Cash.
Well, this is kind of confusing. Having a female protagonist is a misogynist thing?
I guess.
I don't know anymore. I don't want to live on this world.
Persona 3's Portable's introduction of a female protagonist was a brave step forward that fans have longed to see repeated in subsequent games for years. Persona 5 Royal's initial reveal of Kasumi Yoshizawa's set tails wagging about the prospect of a new heroine alongside Joker, but in reality, she turned out to be nothing but an additional party member. Our dreams were scrapped once again, and with no sign of Persona 6 on the horizon, all we have is the past to look back on. As the long-awaited modern port arrives, how does the third entry handle its playable female character all these years later? Listen, 2006 was a very different time. Okay. No, I gotta change the voice. I'm sorry. This isn't working. This is not working.
2006 was a different time. What the hell?
All right. Let me choose a different voice here. I gotta listen to it first before.
I can't wait for this. Should have gone straight away with the first time because he knew it was going to go downhill. Because this was a Cash Money recommended story. He loves getting the blood pressure up. I tell you what.
It's just funny. It's just a
He
clown.
just like to watch us suffer. That's what it is. Cash Money's toxic to us. How can he be toxic? Oh yeah. Oh! Here we go.
The first thing you'll notice upon picking up the female protagonist is how pink everything is. You know, the color that girls are legally required to love and have on all their things. I have nothing against the aesthetic, but in Persona 3 Portable, it's stereotypical garnish and covers almost every single menu you come across. The character portrait that dominates the screen and outdated dialogue do a pretty solid job of defining your identity anyway. So I bet Atlas just didn't want us to forget we had a vagina. And were lesser as consequence. Thanks a lot, Cash.
I didn't even do it to torture you. This is more to make you laugh at this article, but
yeah.
it might have
Persona
had
3
the opposite.
originally released in 2006, and thus many of its social biases and gender norms are representative of how anime, manga, JRPGs, and perhaps most importantly, Japan were at this time. That doesn't seem like a long time in hindsight, but this medium has come as a long way in regard to sexual equality over the past 2 decades.
What the hell?
A number of games are now led by empowering female characters, while blockbusters aren't afraid to critique the problematic endurance of toxic masculinity. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So pink is now toxic masculinity. I mean, I loved all those pink outfits that
Haven't
Laura
you
Croft
been
wore.
listening, Baron? Like, OMG. What? I gotta give. I've got to give
amazing.
I gotta give people a laugh, even here on Pop Talk.
I can't do that upturn that you do. That's one
You
thing.
can do it, Baron.
I can't do it. My voice goes down.
You can do what needs to be done.
I got testicles. I can't do it.
Oh my gosh, so do we. But what?
But mine are toxic.
Argo goes on to say even JRPGs with recent hits, including Nier Automata and Final Fantasy VII Remake, have grown far more subversive, willing to acknowledge their flawed cultural history. Oh my god. I don't even know if I want to read the rest of this.
I know.
My brain's about to explode. My brain's about to explode, and there's only one person to blame. There's only one person to blame. I blame you, Cash!
Yes! It has begun!
I blame you!
And this is the writer. This is the writer of this article.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day. Cash.
Oh, God. Hey, Tim. How's it going?
Hey, Tim.
Oh God!
I can't read any more of this. I just can't. I thought I was having a hard time reading all the articles today, but this is just putting me over the edge.
What? How did It's too funny.
You're an asshole, Cash. You're an ass.
Cash Money 007.
Listen, now he's doing the crit chuckle now.
I can't even blame Crit for this.
No, I had to. Come on, you have to admit you got a good laugh because of the way it's written. It's just so silly.
Yeah,
it is
silly, guys. It's just to say that the reason people like these games so much is because there's a lot going on. You've got death, you've got triumph, you've got fun combat. It's just a list of things. And for the Gamer and some other some website I heard called Paste, somebody was I've never even heard of it. They write this stuff too, and as that YouTuber said before, I don't want to use his name, but as he said before, these companies are going to go away. I guess, I don't know, these websites, they're going to go away at some point because they're silly.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how they're making money. I don't know what they're doing to generate money. And that's why the Gamer and other people, they couldn't handle criticism of their articles.
Mm-hmm.
I give Entertainment Weekly credit that they still want comments, that you can bash them if they're writing crap. And they write the same kind of crap sometimes that the Gamer does. Sometimes they have good articles, but most of the time they do not. There has to be some kind of passive-aggressive agenda.
Yeah. Well, this is beyond passive-aggressive, I tell you what.
It is.
Oh. This is full on. I put a vacuum cleaner to my ear and sucked most of my brains out.
Yes, it is. Yes. I mean, look at what happened with D&D. They lost that fight with OGL or whatever it was, that that players can still make other kind of content, but they lost. But it took a backlash for them to say, "Oh, wow, we really screwed this one up bad." But they won't admit it. They're just going to go on their day like nothing really happened.
And well, the big thing too is they realized. I think they also realized how much money they are getting because of it. Yeah, they're not necessarily getting prices for the sales of the open game licensed stuff, but people are needing to have their material, and then in some cases start picking up the other materials that they offer because this would be cool to have in there.
Yep, and whatever they're trying to do, be a champion of, like the Gamer, people who see that, I don't know how many people do, but when that article is used on other YouTubers, bigger YouTubers, that'll get people to maybe go to their website. Sure, that's free advertisement for the Gamer, but it's also free advertisement for the game. Oh, it's this, well, I'm curious. And then more sales. And then Atlas will get more sales and more sales.
And that's just it. And it's like I was saying before, this is the proper free advertising you want.
Yep.
You don't want the advertising to be that this sucks, but they have that attitude. Well, any advertising is good advertising. No, it's not.
No, it's not. No. That's going to backfire on them, and people are going to be like, "Oh, really? Is it? I'm kind of curious now." Even if the other thing is, and we've talked about this, and I haven't watched that part of Sessler, but look at what happens to him. It's you want to sit down with some of these people. Maybe you don't, and you look at them. What happened, man? Look, this is not. Whatever your politics are, but you going and fighting with people and fighting with gamers, all people are saying is that G4, the direction you guys decided to bring it back and go in, was not a good direction. And it wasn't a good direction because of people like Frost. It doesn't matter what she looks like or he or whatever. It doesn't matter. What the goal should always be putting on the most entertaining show as much as possible. So when people tune in, they go, "Oh man, I can't wait for next week." That should always be the goal. It shouldn't be a lecture. It shouldn't be some passive aggressive nonsense. It shouldn't tell people they're idiots because they like something else. Those don't work. I mean, something like Velma, for example, I guess it's going to get a second season, which is just insane to me. But
well, yeah, they have to have validity. It's like we got to make sure that we get this going up because obviously we need to make sure we need to, we got to get that message out, boys and girls.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like no, you don't need to get any.
Nope.
Out.
No, you don't need to get out with it. It's silly. And so that's what their goal should always be. That should be every YouTube channel, Twitch channel. Their goal should be being as entertaining as possible. That find a way to be entertaining, laugh, make jokes, have a sense of humor. And for YouTube and even Twitch to censor people that they don't want to hear opinions on stuff, where a lot of these people, like the YouTubers, the different streamers in general, have such good opinions on stuff. Why don't you listen and get educated instead of censoring somebody?
Right. This is a show where people want to get educated because you're going out there and letting people know, is this game truly the hype it's supposed to be? Is it not? Being informative, entertaining, have fun, and tweak them. You can tweak the viewers. People have a sense of humor, but Frost was nothing more. I know.
I know.
But Frost was just, and Frost and Sessler were just playing 100%. Let's go out there and be mean and insulting and demeaning to people. The exact people, he even admitted, the exact people that we're aiming at, the people who are watching the show, we're going to humiliate them. Oh, that's because they like it. What?
They like it? He actually, gosh, I gotta go back and read that. That's just ridiculous. They don't like it.
He said going out there and being insulting was a formula that he started way back in '98. And it's like,
the original X-Play actually had good information for gamers, though.
Yeah.
I don't, whatever.
Well, I mean, for crying out loud, it was like, Attack of the Show was such a fun show to watch.
Yes, it was.
All that stuff.
Had some of the best coverage of E3 I have ever seen on TV, ever.
Right. And so they could have redone it. They could have gotten that magic going again, but no.
Yes, they could have started it. No, they want to bring on people like Will Wheaton.
Oh, God.
Will Wheaton.
The soy is strong with this one.
Gosh, yeah. I still remember a few years back on Time Magazine, he was like, I think we should nominate Anna Sarkeesian as the person of the year, and I'm like, or something, or of entertainment influence. I said, what the heck, Willie boy?
Nah.
What are you doing, man? Yeah,
well, I mean, that's from all the times that he's got to squat and held the camera to do the right shot.
It's just embarrassing. It's like, dude, you were in Stand By Me. What is wrong with you, man? And then when people agree with Will Wheaton, it's just like, shut up, Wesley.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, oh, we love you. I love you. It's like, and of course they have to make sure he's part of the the recap shows for all the crap star crap.
And then people want to bash people like Kirk Cameron. I'm like, Kirk Cameron is doing stuff that is good for society. People should have praised the man. Come on.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well,
he makes sense. The guy has a brain in his head. He uses it, which we all should.
Even if you don't agree with them. I mean, at least it makes, it's like, okay, at least I'm not feeling like I'm being dumbed down.
No.
Exactly. I mean, any of us who produce content and we're doing a review, you may agree with what we're saying, you may disagree with what we're saying.
Yep.
But, we're all entitled to have our opinion.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if you disagree, well, I'm sorry for you. I wish you were as smart as we were. No.
SMRT.
SMRT, you got it. That's us. We're smart. No, I mean, all reality with this is the entertainment industry is, well, all this is just filled with a bunch of morons. And
Yes.
Getting upset that they're getting literally free advertising to, spewing forth crap, and that we're reading that, Pink is now misogynistic. And it's like, I never played Tomb Raider until she got that all pink outfit to run around in the jungle. There's no way I was going to have her wear anything that a man would wear.
See, they get a win, we'll say, and then it's never good enough, so they have to find the next thing and the next thing to be upset about. And maybe they really feel that way. They probably do, but it's just what it is. It's just something else to laugh at, and that makes them angrier. Well, but they do it to themselves. I would never write articles like that. I would say, look. I would say if something is problematic, if you find it problematic, fine. It doesn't matter. That doesn't change the fact that the game is really good. It doesn't change the fact that people are going to buy it and play it and enjoy it, which is what the game should be. As my friend and I, well, for especially one of my other friends, he says all the time, we need games to go back to being entertaining again, or just being a game. Not all this extra nonsense. So yeah.
Well, that's what I liked about Evil Dead. It was just focused on being a game.
It's just a game.
It wasn't focused on pushing any kind of, motive or belief.
And
it was just focused on being a fun game
and getting killed constantly over and over again.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we want is good entertainment, whether it's, movies, TVs, video games, even books.
Yes. People are even taking Hamlet and other stuff, and they go, their attitude is, you listen to the people, it's like, listen, without Hamlet, without people like Shakespeare, you wouldn't even had an adaptation of this or be able to do it. So why would you say that, oh, I don't care what he thinks, he's dead? Like, that's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Then you're not understanding what these works are about.
Exactly.
It means you do not have an ability to comprehend other people's thoughts and ideas. It doesn't mean that you can't escape the little prison that your little mind is in. You have a mind of a sieve. Things will just run right through it, and everything else is locked up tight because you don't want to have any new or other ideas that might shock you, and make you feel uncomfortable. So you have a closed mind to keep that away. And then you want to project that on other people.
Well, that's true. That's all they want to do is project.
I mean,
something's going wrong in their life. Well, they're going to project it onto you. It's your fault, Baron. It's your fault, Cash. It's your fault, Mike.
Yep.
Air conditioning is racist. Pink is misogynistic. I mean, go on and on.
We're supposed to be going into a future, and I'm going to bring up also gas stoves. I'm not going to get too detailed. What we need is options. We do not need to be forced to only drive in the future, especially people don't want to, is electric cars. They come with the other problems. We need options. Gaming should be the same way. Entertainment needs to be the same. We need options all the time. We have some options in entertainment, but people are still not able to really make what they want to make, and they're afraid of the backlash. They need to stop being afraid. Just make it. It's your vision. Just do it. I mean, we're even oh my God, this aggravates me too. We're changing Transformers now to an extent. Just
yes,
nothing was wrong.
I think Optimus has something to say.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Woohoo! Yep. Yep.
So you're talking about that one Autobot where she goes around and has her auto cock come out?
Oh God! Can't take Baron anywhere.
No. I will go there.
Yes, you will.
Oh man.
That's why you got the disclaimer.
Well, Megatron might be trans. We saw that in that YouTube.
You never know.
I
yeah.
laughed so hard at that. It's so great. It's too funny.
Yeah, well, it's a joke. It's all a joke out there. Unfortunately, we have to live in it, and they're reaping the rewards of it. Though they're suffering, they're not, getting what they need in Hollywood. They're losing money. They're losing viewership, and this is why. And then anyone who says otherwise, you're toxic because you're trying to explain to them, no, this is what we want. We don't want to have a lecture. And then what they proceed on with a lecture.
No, we don't want to have a lecture. I mean, they've even changed things like TSR. I mean, that is some of the most beautiful artwork I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. My dad has tons of that stuff.
Yeah.
TSR. You know what? I might have to pull that out later and look at that artwork.
Well,
somewhere.
He's going to pull out that artwork, grab that bottle of lotion, some Kleenexes. And
absolutely not.
We won't see them for the next 3 seconds.
No, my God. Disturbing. We just can't take him anywhere.
No.
No, we can't. Baron's the one member of this panel we cannot take anywhere.
Mr. Jelly Beans over there and his
Jelly Babies. Get it right.
Oh, excuse me. Jelly Babies.
Yeah, I got 6 bags. I had to. They just came when I was letting the dogs out, and it's like, oh, I got to have one. But I didn't think it was going to make noise because they're chewy. They're not crunchy.
Because you wanted to make noise, Baron, because you decided you need attention today. A lot of
I did. Oh, I did the wrong server.
Well, isn't that why we're all on YouTube? We all crave attention.
Sure.
Yeah, we're egomaniacs, and we have to yak and yak. You have to agree, or down the toilet you will be. We're egomaniacs.
That's not bad.
That wasn't bad at all, Baron.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I try. No apologies to Warner Brothers. Screw you.
It depends on the dice roll.
Yeah, it depends on the dice roll. You got it.
But anyways, everyone, I think now's a good time to end this edition of Pop Talk.
Yep.
Is there anything that you gentlemen would like to promote?
Well, in about an hour, roughly, I'll be over at the Kings with 24/7 Fusion Media. Hopefully, Vigilante Williamson and New Bomb Turk. So that'll be at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Oh boy!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. And I have already included the link for 24's channel, so please hop on over there at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time.
And of course, I do have this to say.
No coupons for you, Phil.
Definitely.
Yep. And in either today or tomorrow, I'm going to be back playing Saints Row 2, and everything should work this time. I tested it before. It should be all good, and hopefully it won't crash again. And if it does, I'll just start it up right again, and nobody will see a black screen like last time.
Well,
I had to delete the last stream for that because it was a mess. And once again, as I keep pointing out, I was like Riker in Star Trek. And anybody hear me? Anybody?
Anybody?
But still, Cash still has his fan.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day. Cash.
So he never has to worry about losing his fan.
Yep, his one fan, and I do want to thank everybody for being here and watching Pop Talk, and commenting in the chat and hopping on the panel, because thanks to an AI system, I can have Duke Nukem say this about Pop Talk.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
So, to thank everybody. Oh, hello, Gray. How are you doing? Good
What's
morning
up,
from
man?
Japan.
Hey, what's
You
going
just
on?
caught the end of the show, my friend.
And let's not forget, let's summarize what Paul said before you left after watching our
No.
1-5.
No.
Let's summarize it to this.
This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass. This is what.
Oh god, we've had too much fun with that AI
that
system.
Yep, we just
Oh, look, he shows up as we're getting ready to end the show, and look at this.
I'm not yellow belly.
I've just closed the door on the invite.
Yeah. And
No,
most
really, we're shutting down the show now.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
If only we actually knew Patrick Stewart and we got him to record that. He might. I said, hey, there's this guy we. Yep. And if I ever ran into Patrick Stewart, maybe at a convention or something, I said, look, there's this guy, Phil McCracken. He really can't stand you for some reason. Could you please make a message for him to say you hate him too? That would be brilliant.
Right. Yeah, that'd be, oh, God. I'd lose it. I'd laugh so hard.
Because guess what? Once again, Philly boy, I'm going to say this to you. Patrick Stewart has still, overall, even if you don't like Picard or whatever, still has had an impressive career.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. He makes a great Professor Xavier. Great Professor Xavier.
Yeah, I can't wait till the return fire from the McCracken.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of McCracken, I am going to put Phil's channel in there.
Yes. We do have ourselves Release McCracken. You need to subscribe to that channel, seriously. YouTube's favorite troll.
Now has his own YouTube channel.
Yes.
So
I saw that picture, Phil. I swear, whoever did that that's not right. It's not right in the head.
I must have missed it.
It's on a YouTube video. It's crazy.
Oh no.
Going.
I want to thank everybody who was here. Of course, I want to thank Paranorman Tag, Cash Money 007.
Woo-hoo!
We also had Jet Sparks here. We also had Paul, the Star Wars guys here. Thank you very much for being on the panel. And of course, in the chat, we had Phil McCracken, Gray Wakazashi's Tea House. We also had Shay here. We also had, as I scroll up, Tim's Talk stopped by. Thank you, Tim. We also had Anonymous. Anonymous. We also had Black Dragon here. And we also had Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective. And Gray, if you want to, go ahead and put the link to your channel in the chat if you're still here. Gray and Corporeal Lifeform did a great live stream yesterday on The Naked Time.
Wow.
We also had Kitty Bear here.
You know, great and Corporeal don't necessarily go along together most of the time. Just kidding, Brian.
We also had the Padawannabe here. We also had, as I scroll up, everyone's favorite Pokemon, and I'm not talking about Pikachu, Woopa Troopa.
Woopa, Woopa.
And we also had, as I scroll up here, scrolling. All right, scrolling up.
I'll be. Did you? I can't remember. Did you say everybody's favorite orca?
I'm getting the crit. Don't worry, I'm getting the crit. Don't worry. Also want to say thank you to Bone for being
Bone
here.
showed up. Nice.
Bone, yeah, he was here. Yep.
Yep. Captain Fandom Nerd, thank you very much.
He's been popping up more lately. That's good.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he was on Raymond's stream yesterday. That's great to see him out and about.
Janet from Another Planet also stopped by.
Nice. She was listening to us in the gym. Now that's a
first for Pop Talk, at least that I know of.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to know that we're important enough to go to the gym with her.
We also had JT Gunn late night with Cap here. And of course, the previously mentioned Jet Sparks.
He was very adamant about talking about Power Rangers, I guess, earlier.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about the 30th anniversary special.
Yeah, he was.
Well, as long as they bring a lot of the cast back and they don't do like they're like, oh, well, you've got to have people who actually worked on the show, not other people who want to talk about the show. I hate that.
Yeah.
Just give us the actual people who worked on the dang show.
And they are.
They are. That's awesome. That's great.
And we also, and if I've already mentioned her, well, it's okay. I'm mentioning her twice. She is the princess of YouTube. Princess Leia Rose.
Yeah, our princess. Phil's biggest fan.
Of course, Killy Chow, Roll Tide, Killy Chow, Roll Tide.
Yeah, you had a good group again.
Yeah.
Stuff.
How do we do it?
Continues to grow.
How do we do it?
I don't know. I just flap my gums, screw up reading articles. You know. And of course, everybody's favorite Orca, Lord Crit of Everest Productions.
Orca Boy, who broke his chair on the show.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. I think he was getting ready to hit you over the head with it, Cash, and
yeah, he did. He
What?
broke the chair. He broke his chair on the show, so he had to go.
No. Don't,
So he
don't
said,
tell
"I got."
me. Did people start saying again who were on the panel, where's Cash? She's not here.
we were giving you a hard time for not being here.
Of course, of course.
There was no mercy.
Of course.
but you know, that's just part of being a co-host, Cash.
I know. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, he says that now. Wait until we get off the air.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna hear about it.
Why do you guys always have to make fun of me?
And I like what Gray says here. Nerdporial is my nerd Zen master.
Ooh, wow. That is.
But it was a good stream yesterday.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, real quick.
And
One thing
if
as screwed up as YouTube can be, we still can find a lot of good information from these streamers, which is really nice.
That's
I
true.
Like that.
You're absolutely right. And if Nerdporial was drinking, he'd probably have no inhibition like those on The Naked Time. So he probably ripped off his shirt and started dancing around with a foil in his hand.
Nerdporial drinking? Nah, that
No,
never happened.
No, drunk Porial. I mean, Nerdporial would never drink.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to let Gray post the link, so I'm going to go ahead and post the link to yesterday's stream. And while you're all over there, whether you're watching this live or on the replay, please subscribe to Wakazashi's Tea House.
Okay,
Please.
I'll look into it. I will.
So there you are.
Or else.
What? Thank you all for coming by and watching this edition of Pop Talk, listening to this edition of Pop Talk. I greatly appreciate it. Helps the channel out a lot. And of course, make sure you check your notifications, click them to all, and always make sure you're subscribed to the channel because YouTube is still up to their shenanigans of removing subscribers. Glad I had the 350 subscriber stream last week.
Shenanigans.
YouTube.
Yep.
Naughty.
And with that being said, let's see if I can get it to actually play the whole thing.
Autobots, transform and roll out. Autobots, transform and roll out.
What do you think of that, huh?
Yeah, there we go.
That's a good way to end the show. Or I could just end it this way. I don't play this video as much as I used to, but I can still end it.
What is he gonna play?
What? Pacific, man, watch out for your cornhole. Oh, really, man? All I was going to say one real quick thing for Wednesday's show. It's going to be an open panel.
Oh,
and we're gonna be going up to the North Woods, eh? That's right, eh? We're gonna get some Tim Hortons. We're gonna watch a funny movie, eh?
All right.
And I don't mean to insult any of the Canadian fans that are up there in the North Woods, eh? But we're gonna be watching a very funny movie with two Canadians, eh?
Good day, eh? Welcome to Great White North.
Yeah, we're gonna be watching Strange Brew, eh? Yeah, that's going to start at 6 p.m. Eastern, eh?
All right. 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay.
So grab your twofer.
I'll make sure I have my Tim Hortons, eh?
Make sure you have your twofer with you. Make sure it's properly chilled, eh?
Yeah.
Put your toque on.
That's right, eh? And with that being said, we're out of here, eh?
Well, sounds good.
See you later, everybody.
I need my pain. I'm not Paul. Ah!
Pain? Pain is the name of this channel. That's
Yeah.
where I watch your game stream.
Respect my authority.
You're welcome, Captain.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day. Cash.
Oh my. Giggity giggity. All right.